Good evening. Welcome to the meeting of the Skokie Village Board for Monday, February the 7th, 2022. With Skokie and the entire state of Illinois now in Phase 5 of the Restore Illinois Plan and the lifting of restrictions on in-person gatherings, Skokie Village Board meetings are in person in council chambers at Skokie Village Hall, 5127 Oakton Street. Village Board meetings begin at 8 p.m. and will continue to be broadcast live at the Village's YouTube channel, as well as on Skokie Vision cable television channels 17 Comcast and 25 RCN. Meetings are also rebroadcast on the cable channels in the weeks following each meeting, and the videos are archived on the Village's YouTube channel. As of August 30th, 2021, all individuals in Illinois shall be required to wear masks when indoors, including village buildings. Public comments may still be submitted to publiccomments@skokie.org. Comments received prior to the meeting or during the meeting will be provided to the village board, but will not be read aloud. Public comments also can be mailed or hand-delivered to Skokie Village Hall, 5127 Oakton, Skokie 60077, attention Village Manager's Office, or placed in the exterior drop box on the west side of Skokie Village Hall. Each village board meeting agenda includes time for public comments, and individuals wishing to speak on an issue will be allocated 3 minutes to address the village board. And now it gives me great pleasure to introduce our village clerk, Pramod Shah, who will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to
The flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. The meeting will come to order, and the clerk will please call the roll.
Trustee Sutkar,
Here.
Trustee Robinson,
Here.
Trustee Kuhn,
Here.
Trustee Johnson,
Here.
Trustee Pure Slovin,
Here.
Trustee Klein,
Here.
Mayor Van Dusen.
Here, we have a quorum. Next item on the agenda is approval of the consent agenda for this evening's meeting. A motion is in order. Trustee Sucker, seconded by Trustee Kuhn. Is there anything on the consent agenda anybody would like to have removed? If not, call the roll, please.
Trustee Sutkar,
Aye.
Trustee Robinson,
Aye.
Trustee Kuhn,
Aye.
Trustee Johnson,
Aye.
Trustee Pure Slovin,
Aye.
Trustee Klein,
Aye.
Mayor Van Dusen.
Aye. The motion passes. With us this evening, and with that vote, the appointment of Jeffrey Schwimmer to the Consumer Affairs Commission is approved, and I would like to thank him for his volunteerism, and we very much appreciate everything that he will be doing. The Consumer Affairs Commission is very helpful to the village, and we look forward to working with you, Jeffrey. Thank you very much. We appreciate your being with us this evening. And with that, report of our village manager, John Lockerbie.
Thank you, Mayor Van Dusen and village trustees. Good evening, everyone. Item A is regarding an Old Orchard Center Business District designation and approvals. The village staff and ownership from Old Orchard Limited Partnership, commonly known as Westfield, have been working collaboratively to strategize ways to facilitate additional investment at the Westfield Old Orchard Mall. The mall is one of the most significant economic drivers in Skokie, and the future viability of the mall is critical to the community, applicable school districts, as well as other units of government. A business district designates an area as a special district to facilitate development and redevelopment by imposing an additional tax. After many discussions regarding Westfield's plans and requirements for further investment into the mall, the village began the process of reviewing the requirements for a proposed business district. In April of 2005, the village created the East Industrial Business Redevelopment District. On December 6th of 2021, the village board approved the resolution proposing the designation of the Old Orchard Center Business District. A presentation regarding the proposed business district and a public hearing were conducted at the January 18th village board meeting. This proposed business district is a proactive action by the village and Westfield and will ensure the continued and future success of the mall with the goal of achieving the best-in-class status. This initiative will overcome the lack of capital investment and will be instrumental in enhancing the mall, increasing offerings to shoppers, reducing the current vacancy rate, overcoming the property tax burden, and ultimately increase the number of shoppers and the sales at the center. With the changing retail environment in general and within the metropolitan area, now is the ideal time to facilitate this investment and ensure the relevance of the mall for the future as the choice destination for the North Shore and beyond. Economic Development staff recommends approval of designating the Old Orchard Center Business District, approving the plan, making a determination and finding of a blighted area, and authorizing the imposition of a 1% retailer's occupation and service occupation tax in connection with the proposed Old Orchard Center Business District. I concur with staff's recommendation and respectfully request the mayor and board to authorize Corporation Council to draft the necessary code amendments and ordinances, which would then be presented to the board at the March 7th meeting.
A motion to concur with the manager's recommendation would be in order. Trustee Pure Slovan, seconded by Trustee Kuhn. Are there any comments or questions? Call the roll, please.
Trustee.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry, I have a couple comments and a few questions for the council. So if we're going to proceed with this, we have to designate the mall as a blighted area. This is an issue I raised a few months ago, this issue of defining blight. The mall is the most commercially successful area in all of Skokie. It has been that way for more than half a century. Sales at the mall are somewhere in the ballpark of $500 million a year. The mall has many luxury stores, and from my understanding, the redevelopment plans that have been talked about are really about attracting even more luxury stores. My kind of first big question is it appropriate for us to designate the mall as a blighted area for the sake of this business district? This is really to the council.
The response to the question from a legal point of view is that its term blight is defined under statute and those provisions. The real technical answer then as to how those apply to this current property would really be best either to the village manager or to the head of economic development. They're the ones who are developing the plan. But we look to the statute for the issue of definition of blight, which is not the definition that I think we typically, as individuals, would think of in common conversation. It has a technical definition, and I think, I don't know if the village manager or head of economic development really want to respond to that.
I think it can be summarized in one way. The property tax burden in Cook County is significant. So Westfield has over 30 properties in their North America portfolio. And unfortunately, Old Orchard has the highest property taxes per square foot of any mall that they own. And so what that does is prevent capital investment into the mall. So it's been more than 2 decades since the mall has had significant capital investment. And so this opportunity is a way to overcome the lack of capital investment in the mall and set it up for long-term success, which is important to the residents, the community, and the business community, because it is an economic development engine for the community.
Well, let me make my second point, which is kind of about the business community as a whole. So what we're doing tonight, from my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, but we've never, as a village, done anything quite like this in the past. We've never designated a specific geographical area and allow it to operate under a different sales tax than the rest of the community. Kind of a question to the council is this a tool we should use? Is this fair to the business community as a whole to let one commercial area operate under a different sales tax than the rest?
We all know there are various tools that state legislature has developed to keep the integrity and intensity of economic development in any community. We know other communities have used this. We know that we've at times used a tool like designating an area as a TIF area, which also has tax implications. So I think, and the county also puts forth provisions such as a 6B and a 7B to also bring some kind of economic relief to necessary economic engines in the village. So any of these tools are used by all kinds of communities throughout the state. They're certainly available to us. And again, I would turn to the village manager as to why particularly this one tool is going to be suggested as to be used for this particular area. But any of these tools are well tested and thought through in the state legislature, and we're not far from the first to ever use these types of things. And it's an issue of maintaining vitality to the economic engines that allow us to do some of the other programs we choose to do. But I really would turn that then to the village manager.
Well, and let me just point out that the shopping center provides the largest amount of taxes. It's the largest tax generator in the village of Skokie by far. And I think we take it for granted. But it is a key supporter of our school districts. District 219, 535, District 68. And it is true. It is successful. The last time there was a major rehab of Westfield Old Orchard was in 1992, 1993. And that was because it had grown old and boarded up. And if we think that we can't go the way of Northbrook Court or Gulf Mill, just watch. We have got to take action, and as long as it's consistent with Illinois state law, which it is, we should do that. One of the reasons we have been able, unlike a lot of municipalities, to keep up our light industry districts is because we have taken advantage of the 6B, we have taken advantage of the 7B tax financing. 28 times we have used the 6B or the 7B. The fact of the matter is that in the state of Illinois, everywhere, property taxes are too high. And if this shopping center goes the way as it had in 92 or Northbrook Court, and just take a look at what they're talking about, just released in the press this last week at Gulf Mill. Take my word for it, it is going to cost the village of Niles millions of dollars to revitalize Gulf Mill. And it's going to take use of tax-deferred programming. If we don't do that, what is going to happen is that those tax levies are going to be on the other properties in the village of Skokie. As was shown in the first public meeting, the value and the property in the generation of revenue at the shopping center is slowly plateauing or declining. We need to get back to where we could be. let me just point out, most of us don't think of it this way. But if you walk over to that shopping center, it employs, depending on the time of year, between 3,000 and 4,500 employees. Think about that. Think about what has happened at Northbrook Court, at Gulf Mill, and other shopping centers. Unemployment, because they let the shopping center decline. And that happened here. I said before, 1992, 93. It took a $150 million investment by Sam Zell, along with $15 million by the village of Skokie, to revitalize that shopping center. And we did so productively for the future. Now we are at that crossroads where we can let the shopping center slowly decline, or we can take action. It's bold, yes, but it's necessary. And I don't want to see property taxes on single-family homes, multifamily, or other businesses go up. But if Westfield declines in its property taxes, that increment is going to be made up by somebody. And that somebody is going to be the other property owners in the village of Skokie. Like I said, our schools depend on our property taxes. And we have very good schools. And part of that is Westfield Old Orchard, Village Crossing, and other economic development, including our light industry district.
Mayor, also, just to clarify, I'm sure Trustee Johnson meant this and understands this, but part of the value of this tool given to us by the state is that it is sales tax dollars generated within Old Orchard. It is not real estate taxes. It is not other taxes on our residents. And we know that a huge percentage of those who then go to Old Orchard for this purpose are from outside of Skokie. So it is a valuable tool that the village can use from the state, and other communities have as well. I'm sorry if there was something else, Mayor.
Well, and my recollection is, and correct me if I'm wrong, but Grant Thornton, which is an expert in this area, has given us a letter assuring us that under Illinois state law, this designation is legal and it's proper. And I don't think there's anybody, any particular firm that is any more expert in this kind of thing than Grant Thornton.
That's the
Oh, okay. Here's the letter. How many pages is it? Call the roll, please. Oh, I'm sorry. Trustee Kuhn, excuse me.
Sorry. Trustee Johnson, I noticed that on a few occasions, you repeatedly asked what is the opinion of the council. And we have revisited the definition of blight on multiple occasions, and it has been addressed and it's been satisfied. And so I'm trying, my question back to you is, what is the reason for the inquiry?
I think we're about to create an economic inequity in Skokie. I think we're about to create an imbalance in sales tax and literally create an inequality. I get the impression that this tool was designed by the state to be used for blighted areas. We are not using this tool in, for example, downtown Skokie, where there's a much higher vacancy rate. We are intentionally using this tool at the area that I would say is the opposite of whatever the opposite of blight is, the most commercially successful area in Skokie. So I don't think we're using this tool the way it's intended.
But you're stating that the area that is going to be harmed is, for instance, the downtown Skokie area, correct?
Wait, say that again?
You're stating that the area that would be harmed, if you're talking in terms of equity, is the downtown Skokie area, as an example.
No, I think anything outside the borders of the area. We haven't even been inclusive of the businesses that are surrounding the mall. There are so many commercial businesses and strips surrounding the mall, and I don't get the impression that we've made any intention whatsoever to include them in this district.
My understanding of the issue and the reason why I support this is when I think about the targeted approach that it's taken, looking at Old Orchard as a business district, the people who do shop Old Orchard, which are often people who are from out of town or can afford to shop Old Orchard, it's a different situation than trying to compare it to the downtown Skokie district.
I think we can all agree that this business district is a bad deal for consumers, and I feel like we're justifying that by saying that the consumers are mostly not from Skokie. For me, that doesn't really matter as much. If this is a bad deal for consumers, it's a bad deal for.
Based on
everyone.
your personal opinion.
This comes from my economic philosophy. I really think that we have an obligation to treat every business in this community as equally and as equitably as possible, and I don't think we're doing that here.
But tax increment financing, 7B, 6B, do basically the same thing. And that is the tools, these are the tools we have been given by the county and by the state. And the whole idea is to try and keep the area vibrant. We have used tax increment financing for the downtown area. That's how we got Sketchbook. That's how we did during COVID, when the small businesses were trying to adjust. We used tax increment financing plus money from the federal government targeted toward small businesses to try and help them get over that rough time. And so targeting assistance is something that is a tool that we are given to use, and I must say, we have done it very successfully. We do it to help and create employment centers. We use tax increment financing to create the Illinois Research and Technology Center, which is thousands of jobs, 20 different businesses in high tech, as well as to help the surrounding businesses. So to say that it's unequal, you could say, well, creating the tech center was unequal. I don't think so. It's 24 acres of property where there was assistance, and we needed the village participation, Forest City's participation, and the state of Illinois' participation. These things are very complicated, and it inherently it is not unequal, because there's a multiplicity of tools that are used to encourage development in spite of the property taxes. So,
No, thank you all. I appreciate the discussion.
call the roll.
Trustee Sutker,
Aye.
Trustee Robinson,
Aye.
Trustee Kuhn,
Aye.
Trustee Johnson,
Nay.
Trustee Pure Slovin,
Aye.
Trustee Klein, Mayor Van Dusen.
Aye, the motion passes.
Item B was approved tonight under the consent agenda, and that completes my report.
Thank you. Next item, I thought all of you were here for the purchase of a Public Works hybrid vehicle. I apparently was misinformed. Next item is report of the Corporation Council. Michael Lorge.
Thank you, Mayor, trustees. Good evening, everyone. Items A and B on my report for tonight were approved as part of the consent agenda at the beginning of the meeting, and therefore that would conclude my report for tonight.
Thank you. Next item on the agenda is Plan Commission. Item C is a site plan approval for Niles North High School. Is there anybody here from Niles North? They're on Zoom? Okay, Paul, why don't we take the Niles North first?
That'd be fine with me.
Okay.
Sure. I believe somebody's supposed to be on Zoom for the Niles North case.
I think, isn't Bill Green from Niles North?
Bill is there, he's the secretary.
Okay.
I'm sorry, is there a reason we can't put the agenda up there? Is that something that I don't understand? Floating around? I apologize.
Paul,
Okay.
everybody will, if, with everybody's permission, we'll take Plan Commission Case 2021-32P, site plan approval for Niles North High School first.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the board. This is a case for Niles North High School. During the January 6th meeting of the Plan Commission, we reviewed the request for the site plan approval for a 42,835 square foot addition to Niles North High School. The addition will be 3 stories in height and will be primarily used for administrative offices and collaborative use space. The school is reorganizing their floor plan and is not proposing an expansion of school use. Legal notice was advertised, posted, and delivered to the property owners in the area as prescribed by the zoning chapter. No interested parties spoke at the meeting. The Appearance Commission approved the elevations and landscaping plan at their November 10th meeting. The Plan Commission recommends by a vote of 6 ayes, no nays, and 3 commissioners absent, that the petitioner's request be granted.
Okay, a motion to accept the Plan Commission's recommendation on Plan Commission Case 2021-32 Pleat Site Plan Approval, Niles North High School, 9800 Lawler, would be in order. Trustee Klein, seconded by Trustee Pure Slovan. Are there any comments or questions on this particular case? Does anybody from the high school have any comments they wish to make?
I'm here, Atti Tufexis from Studio GC, the architects, on behalf of Niles District 219. Thank you. We do not have any further comments at this point unless there are any questions I may help answer.
Thank you. Any comments or questions on the part of the board or anybody in the audience? If not, call the roll, please.
Trustee Sutker,
Aye.
Trustee Robinson,
Aye.
Trustee Kuhn,
Aye.
Trustee Johnson,
Aye.
Trustee Pure Slovan,
Aye.
Trustee Klein,
Aye.
Mayor Van Dusen.
Aye, the motion passes.
All right.
Thank you.
My next 2 cases are related. Case 2021-24P, a chapter amendment, and case 2021-25P, site plan approval. And what I'll do, I will present both cases to the board. And just as a reminder, each case needs to be voted on separately. After my presentation of the reports, Carvana's legal counsel, Donna Pugh, would like to come up and make
Okay.
a few comments.
Let me explain first, Paul. We are now turning to the Plan Commission report on the proposed Carvana project. This case has been the subject of much comment and discussion within the community of Skokie and beyond. The rules for taking up this case will be as follows. Paul Luke, the chairman of the Plan Commission, will present the findings and recommendations of the Plan Commission. The representatives of Carvana will be permitted to make any comments they wish after Mr. Luke's report to the board. Carvana's representatives will be allotted 30 minutes. Once the Plan Commission and Carvana have completed their portion, I will ask the board for a motion and a second on the two subjects taken together, rezoning and site plan. Provided there is a motion, I'll then ask the members of the Board of Trustees for their comments and their questions. After every member who wishes has completed their comments, questions, or perhaps motions, I'll turn the podium over to the representatives of Optima for 30 minutes to present their dissent. Once Optima has completed its presentation, we'll open the floor to the public. Anyone wishing to address the board will be allotted 3 minutes to present their views. After public comments, the board will vote on the two subjects, the rezoning and the site plan. There will be two separate votes, one on the rezoning and another on the site plan. Please note, there will be a shot clock, as we call it, so that everyone will get equal time. Finally, I recognize that emotions are running high on this issue. Debates and discussions before the Board of Trustees are governed by civility. Everyone who wishes to speak should be accorded respect, regardless of whether we agree or we disagree with their point of view. I expect there will be no outbursts, applause, booing, or any other demonstration. In the end, all of us want the same thing: what is best for the village of Skokie. Whatever the final decision tonight, we want to ensure that everyone was accorded a fair opportunity to present themselves and to express their individual points of view. With that, I now introduce Paul Lute, Chairman of the Village's Plan Commission.
Thank you, Mayor. First case is case 2021-24P, Chapter Amendment. At the November 18th meeting of the Plan Commission, we reviewed Carvana's request to amend the OR district by allowing car dealers and marine craft dealers as a restricted use in the OR district. Plan Commission considered the comprehensive plan, the current OR district regulations, and the classification of an OR as an industrial district in its discussion. The proposed use will be restricted by requiring that all inventory be located within the building or within a parking space. Auto repair is prohibited. Outdoor intercom is also prohibited. Legal notice was properly advertised and as prescribed by the zoning chapter. The case was heard alongside the Carvana site plan. As with the site plan case, the Plan Commission received hundreds of emails, and multiple people spoke during the meeting. The Plan Commission, on a vote of 5 ayes, 2 nays, and 2 members absent, moved that Chapter 118 zoning of the Skokie Village Code be amended and recommended to the staff report for 2021-24P. In 2021-25P, the site plan approval, the Plan Commission reviewed a request for the site plan approval of a 134-foot tall Carvana car dealership at 9801 Woods Drive. The site is currently a parking lot that previously served the Rand McNally campus. The proposed dealership involves a sale of vehicles over the internet that customers will pick up by appointment or will be delivered to them. The dealership does not include auto repair, auto body, gas pumps, or automated car wash, or an outdoor sprinkler system. The hours of operation are from 7 a.m. to 10 p.m., Monday through Saturday. The applicant is providing a $200,000 bond to cover the cost of demolition if Carvana should declare bankruptcy and the building is vacated for 2 years. Due to continued concerns about delivery trucks and routes and the hours, sign and building, lighting, and potential bird strikes, the Plan Commission reviewed these aspects of these proposals at their January 6th meeting. At the meeting, the Plan Commission approved a truck circulation route that utilizes the northern part of the site, restricted delivery hours from 7 to 10 p.m., and required trucks to be turned off during deliveries. The Plan Commission also required installation of window markers up to 54 feet 10 inches on the exterior glass of the building, and further restrict overnight building and sign lighting by adding specific foot candle requirements that reduces lighting to 35 degrees vertical and 15 degrees horizontal foot candles. Excuse me, those are foot candle values. Again, legal notice was posted for this case, and a number of people did speak during the Plan Commission case. The Appearance Commission at their December 8th meeting approved facade and landscape plan with the condition that the trees be added to the landscape plan along the southern property boundary. Also, at our November 18th meeting, the Plan Commission recommended by a vote of 5 ayes, 2 nays, and 2 commissioners absent that the petitioner's request for a site plan approval be approved. Further, at the January 6th meeting of the Plan Commission, the Commission recommended by a vote of 5 ayes, 1 nay, and 3 commissioners absent additional conditions for truck delivery, routing, delivery hours, control of sign and building lighting, and bird strike mitigation. After the Commission meeting, staff met with Carvana to discuss additional requirements to address bird strike mitigation. The applicant agrees to turn the sign and building lights off on the southern, west, and northern elevations during migratory seasons from 1 a.m. to daylight, and increase the height of proposed window markers to 63 feet and 10 inches. That concludes my report, and I believe I will turn it over to
Donna Pugh, I
the
believe.
legal counsel, Donna Pugh.
Well, the podium just,
Okay.
Yeah, he does. You get the right man on the job for that. Okay. Wonderful. Okay. Good evening. I'm Donna Pugh, partner in the law firm of Foley and Lardner on behalf of Carvana. Carvana is seeking 2 things: an amendment to the text of the zoning code and a site plan approval. Because, as you just heard, there have been a number of different versions of the site plan. We just want to make it clear, and a number of them are attached to the staff report. If we could show, Mike, trying to show, right? The official final site plan that we're proposing. So this is the one that includes all the changes that you were just hearing about. Just wanted to make sure you know what's before you, which, as there were multiple versions. Now, Carvana selected a parcel on Woods Drive that has been, yes, here we go. It's been zoned office research, which is classified as an industrial zone. Originally, this whole corridor was zoned, and I think still is zoned OR, this industrial type. We know that at some point, Optima, when it was built, although it's still zoned, that was allowed to have the residential there. But at this site, Carvana, we could build, and you'll see some drawings of that, 180 feet tall all the way across, assuming we would provide enough parking. Could be a massive apartment, just like Optima, or apartments or condos, a big hotel, there could be a big office. And instead, what we have is a 40 by 40 foot tower. So as you'll hear from our urban planner, this is a very small use for a 5-acre site. And, you know, what the zoning would allow would be a much, much larger, taller building, 50 feet away from the Optima property line. So just so you know what the zoning district allows. Now, there's been a lot of change in Carvana's proposal, as you heard, so I won't go through all those details about the different votes and, the 5-2 votes by the Plan Commission, and then also the unanimous approval of the Appearance Commission. But at some point, Carvana started to really educate themselves and study and learn and bring in experts, a lighting expert. We have a whole team here, brought in a third-party lighting expert to analyze its lighting, basically auditing the original lighting plan that was developed by the Carvana consultants. We brought in Paul Grollo, who's on the Zoom, who's a bird strike vendor and expert in bird strike mitigation glass. So they continue to bring in experts and modify repeatedly the different rounds that Paul described, each time being willing to go further, to work with folks and try and make adjustments. So for example, there were some concerns raised about the trucks coming in at the southern end of the Carvana site next to the Optima. And although that works far better for Carvana, the way the trucks go from left to right is actually better than coming in the other way. There were various reasons why Carvana was not thrilled to do it, but they did. They switched it around. They've been able to work with their operations people to make the trucks go the opposite way, and switched everything and accommodated so that the trucks are now loading from the farthest away possible side. And each thing was like that, where they were asked to do things. The answer was always, we will study it, we will look into it. And they've made many accommodations. Brett Sassenberg is going to speak about that in a minute. They changed their hours of when they could deliver cars to make it more accommodating. They added the bird strike markers on the glass at significant expense, up to 50 feet initially. As you've heard, then after another round, they've now gone to 63 feet, 10 inches. Despite the fact that we have a land use planner in our own, at Foley in my group, scoured the country looking to see, well, what do other municipalities do? Because I personally had been involved in Evanston with the Albion of Evanston, which is a very tall glass building that recently opened. And there we had been told that it was the first 30 feet. Many of the folks who are here today were there saying that it's the first 30 feet that's so critical for bird strike. So Albion, the case I worked on, we adjusted, and the bottom 30 feet we changed to a bird impervious surface. And now the bar just keeps moving. Now it's 60 feet is not enough. And so there's no science to it. We looked at, again, extensively with our urban planner and all the research he did, as well as George Kissel and others on our team. And there is really no city in Illinois that's imposed any requirement of this sort. Chicago voted it down. Now, they did ultimately agree to an ordinance that directs the Department of Planning to develop standards. But they turned down the proposal similar to what's being suggested here. Highland Park turned it down, saying that it was too restrictive for construction. Evanston doesn't even have a rule. So I just want you to understand sort of the regulatory framework. There's no ordinance in Skokie. Everything we're doing is in compliance with the ordinance. But this is just the context I wanted you to understand. So we're here before you today with the proposal that's been repeatedly revised to be responsive to the community concerns and staff's requests. It's compatible with the character of the surrounding neighborhood. It enhances and upgrades the physical environment, and it activates a currently blighted parking lot. Sorry? Okay. The proposal you hear tonight has received recommendation of approval from staff, Plan Commission, and the Appearance Commission. Now, I want to tell you who's with us tonight so that you can see our team. Mike Noonan, Special Counsel with Foley and Lardner, and Bill McKenna from Foley. Guess we've got this at a little bit different, starting, of course, with Brett Sassenberg from Carvana, Vice President of Retail Design and Development, who you'll hear from, and his colleague Brett Hanlon. And then George Kissel. George, raise your hand. Where is he? Okay. AIA and AICP Land Use Planner and President of Oakland Kissel, Inc., you will hear from. Bill Grieve, who's on the Zoom, Traffic Engineer with Kimley Horn, who's appeared before you all many, many times. Taylor Eschbach, PE, and Kayla O'Sullivan from Civil Engineering, Kimley Horn. Where are you guys? Okay. Emily Klingensmith, lighting expert with Schuler Shook, who was brought in to audit our lighting plan. Cameron Deppen, Kimley Horn, lighting, thank you. Mary Lindberger, there was questions about property values. We brought in an expert, did an analysis, looked at all of that. She's testified several times. Paul Grollo, the Feather Friendly Technologies, who's on Zoom, the bird expert. And finally, on Zoom are Mitch Goltz and Shai Wolkowicki, the current owners of the property, just in case you have any questions. But with that, I'd like to start with George Kissel, urban planner.
Thank you, Donna. My name is George Kissel. I'm the president of Oak Rent Kissel Associates with offices in downtown Chicago. As Donna intimated, I'm a licensed architect and a certified planner. I've got about 40 years of experience in planning and zoning, and I'm accepted as an expert in the courts of Cook, Lake, DuPage, and Kane counties in planning and zoning issues. I'm going to just quickly run you through the proposals so that you have sort of a visual, short-term visual memory of what we're actually proposing before you. Talk a little bit about the land use context and the zoning context, and talk a little bit about some of the potential impacts that the proposal might have. As explained earlier, the subject property is part of a subdivision in a land sale. The northern property, as you can see on the slide, is occupied by North Shore Medical and other health-related uses. The central property is currently vacant with the departure of Rand McNally and the closing of Everest College. And the subject property, of course, is what's under consideration for the proposed Carvana vending machine fulfillment center. If you could have the next slide, please. So this is the existing condition. Currently, the site's improved with a parking field that was accessory to the office and education uses adjacent to the north. It's a 5-acre site with about 354 parking stalls. Very little healthy landscaping remains on the site, and limited store management facilities. Next slide, please. So the proposed site plan includes a 7,950 square foot single-story building with a 1,600 square foot 14-tier vending machine tower, about 262 parking stalls, 2 curb cuts for entry and exit to and from the site, and 1 for truck access, as you can see at the north end of the property. There's also 2 staging bays with 24 tandem spaces for vehicle delivery and staging of vehicles, and 2 drop-off bays for the Sell to Carvana program. The site plan pushes the structure as far east as possible to take advantage of the expressway visibility, and also to be located as far away as possible from the Optima residential development to the south. It's about 170 feet north and about 40 feet east of the northeast corner of the Optima development. Landscaping on the site is going to be expanded and upgraded. 32 additional trees will be added. 5 healthy trees will be preserved. The landscape area will be increased with new perimeter, frontage, and interior plot plantings, including a 5,400 square foot bioswale, providing more permeable surface on the site and upgrading the storm management. In addition, a pedestrian and bicycle connection is provided at the north end of the site, providing access to the Skokie Valley Trail to the east of the subject property. Next slide, please. So here's a view of what the vending machine will look like. It's, as mentioned, it's a 14-tier design with a 51-car capacity. Sales are projected to be over 2,300 vehicles by 2025, with an estimated sale of over 8,000 vehicles per year when it's firing in all cylinders. In the first 10 years, Carvana is expected to generate just about $9 million in revenues for the village of Skokie. If I could have the next slide, please. So here's a quick view of the elevation. This is the west elevation facing Woods Drive. As indicated earlier, it's a single-story building with a vending machine tower. Tower rises to about 133 feet. It's clad in a metal and glass curtain wall with metal panel accents. Single-story portions about 14 feet with metal and glass facing Woods Drive, and EFIS and metal panel around the back and sides. Split block garden walls separate the staging and drop-off bays, and signage is limited to the top of the building, and it's tasteful and understated. So, subject property is located in the OR Office Research District, and the OR District is categorized as an industrial district by the Skokie Ordinance. Initial development on the site was by International Materials Corporation. They basically extracted raw materials and processed them. Later on, that campus was expanded and taken over by Brunswick Corporation, manufacturer of sporting goods and various other watercraft and things. Brunswick vacated and was, in turn, the campus was occupied by Rand McNally, who also, after a period of time, left, and now the remaining occupied uses are medical office on the site. Basically, the bottom line is that change is kind of built in to land development over time. Nothing remains the same. And similarly, neither the landowners or municipalities can allow land to remain fallow. And in this instance, we have an opportunity to redevelop a underutilized piece of land and with a productive use. The OR district permits a range of uses. Included are general sales and services, including mail order and direct sales. That's a direct analog to what Carvana does. They're a direct sales operation, selling to the consumer directly over the internet, and this is their fulfillment center where after the sales are executed, the customers come and pick up the product. Other land uses in the area, it's important to note, and adjacent immediately to the south and east, are another automobile dealership and a self-storage facility. Those are both located in another industrial district, an M district. It's important to note that the OR district is Skokie's most permissive with respect to bulk. There are no floor area ratio limits or minimum lot area per dwelling unit standards. There are only 50-foot perimeter setbacks, a maximum of 30% building coverage, and a maximum height of 180 feet. The OR district, as you can see on the map, is limited to the Old Orchard, Eden's Expressway interchange, and it's designed for high-intensity expressway-oriented development. Needless to say, Carvana is an expressway-oriented development, but is extremely low intensity compared to what can be developed on the site. So if we could have the next slide, please. So this is a view of the Carvana Tower on the site. Again, very modest, 1,600 gross square foot tower footprint, 14 floors, 133 feet, a little less than 8,000 square feet, 4% building coverage. If we could have the next slide. Compare that to what the zoning allows on the site. This is representative of 200 dwelling units, 225 key hotel, parking for about 900 cars. Buildings are about 17 floors and 180 feet, 600,000 gross square feet, about 30% building coverage. Vastly different, vastly more intense than what's proposed by Carvana. Next slide, please. So talk a little bit about some of the impacts. Again, it's such a modest use. What we'll find is the impacts on any adjacent properties are minimal compared to what can be developed on the site. So as far as Carvana versus a typical auto dealership, traffic volume is about 25% less. There's no sales on site for Carvana, no drop-ins or test drives. Pickup and drop-off is by appointment only, so Carvana actually manages the amount of traffic that comes to the site through the limits of when they make their appointments, and there's no service department. If you have the next slide, please. So here's a comparison of some other permitted uses on the site. Again, very low trip generation compared to other uses. Auto dealer about 540 cars on average daily traffic. 3-story office building, about 800, 185 key hotel, 1650 Optima, about 2,700. And the maximum development scheme that I showed you just a little bit earlier is about 3,200 cars average daily traffic. So the minimal traffic impact would be generated by the Carvana site. Woods Drive has about 4,400 cars per day currently. Carvana will only add about 128 trips according to the traffic analysis done by Kimley Horn. It's about 3% additional. So the traffic impacts are absolutely minimal. Next slide, please. And I know we've presented the various images of comparative view analysis. The view impact of a maximum development or some other potential development on site is bound to be much more impactful in terms of the views and any impact on views that would be caused by the Carvana Tower. Again, the Carvana Tower is located 170 feet north and 40 feet east of the closest residential unit. As the crow flies, that's about 190 feet. Next slide, please. So we talked a little bit about land values. Mary Lindberger, an MIA appraiser, did a study and analysis of that, and her conclusions and observations are here on the screen. Basically, Carvana has a limited scope of activities. There are limited customers on site. It's a low traffic generation use. It has limited managed deliveries to the site. And it minimized noise and vibration through the modification of the site plan and requests from neighbors. And there's modest exterior lighting, which again has been managed and reviewed by our lighting experts. Next slide, please. Basically, Ms. Lindberger concludes that there's no basis for concluding that Carvana is injurious to land values. It's a commercial development in a commercial location, low impact in relation to the neighborhood and also what's allowed on the site. The residential neighbor to the south is far larger in size and in building height, and it generates more than 20 times the traffic that Carvana would. And as we saw, zoning allows a much larger development. Next slide, please. So, to conclude my end of the show, redevelopment of this site is a given. Alternate proposals like residential office, hospitality, residential, or retail are likely to be much higher in intensity and use. And the proposed use is low intensity. There's nothing about the external impacts that would have any negative effect on property values. And given its potential for revenue generation, it is a win-win for the village of Skokie. And with that, I will turn it over to Brett Sassenberg to continue to tell you about Carvana.
Okay, you have until 9:05.
Okay, sir.
Started at 8:35.
Mayor Van Dusen, members of the trustees, board of the trustees. My name is Brett Sassenberg, 4480 East Sunset Drive, Phoenix, Arizona. First, I wanted to back it up a bit and tell you about Carvana. We've been talking so much about everything else around the subject matter, I thought I'd introduce ourselves. Carvana is, or has been noted, called the Amazon of cars. Our CEO, at some point in his life, thought, what's the best way for consumers to get used cars outside of just going to the dealership and having the experience that we've all been challenged by time after time? He thought simply just aggregate the vehicles off of a used lot, put them online, put a price there, allow for financing, and let people have it delivered to their home or come just pick it up. Take that shopping experience from hours and hours of the dealership to hopefully just minutes on your couch. So that is what Carvana is and why we've become successful. We've gone from, in the last 9 years, selling, my first days there, I think we were selling 10 cars a month, to now the second largest used car auto dealer in the country, and hopefully taking over our competitor soon. The second part I'd like to talk about is why Skokie. Chicago is obviously a very big market. We want to be in this area. We're in Oak Brook and Schaumburg. But why Skokie? When scouring the market, our site selection teams looked for the Old Orchard Mall because we'd done some work with Westfield in other markets, identified the freeway, identified the mall, identified the site, identified the zoning, and identified other adjacent uses like auto sales. And at that point, we thought this would be a good opportunity for us to come introduce ourselves to Skokie and hopefully bring our store to your market. We did that initially, presented to your planning commission. Let me get these going. before I go there, again, the goal of the vending machine, that what we call it, is a customer comes and picks up their car. So they've seen it online, they financed it online, or maybe they brought their own financing. We have state-of-the-art photo. They've shopped it at their convenience on their phone whenever they'd wanted to, and then they got to pick the option of coming to the store to get it. In order to do that, we needed to be efficient. We wanted those cars in a protected building. We wanted those cars stacked in an automated system, so we didn't need a lot of manpower to deal with that. And we wanted a cool experience for them to bring it down. And so the coin was created, the slot was created, and we essentially took an automated car system and called it a vending machine and made for a fun experience, which lots of people have enjoyed over the years. We're now up to 1 million cars sold since our inception. We have 30 vending machines across the country with more to come. We are expanding across the country as fast as we can and as fast as the market will allow us. Again, it's the purpose here is for the business side is efficiency of inventory. We have 30,000 cars that you can pick from online. They couldn't obviously possibly be on a single site, so they sit on ancillary sites. We own the logistics trucking route that gets those vehicles across the country to the consumer, but the consumer has a slight footprint when they come and a great experience. Again, when you're at the store, you're probably there 10 to 15 minutes with someone before you get your keys and you leave, which usually is the best 10 to 15 minutes of any car buying experience traditionally. We own, again, so here's where we got to, sorry, we condensed our presentation. So we came in, we presented our case at the October 21st, met with neighbors, got feedback from those neighbors as you would any traditional development, talked about truck routes and hours of operation and lighting and noise and such. So we ended up meeting with Asher and his team and started a plan for how we would present our case at your planning commission. So we revised our truck routes. We revised our hours of operation. We pushed our building further back, and we decided we'd dim our lights. Things that we have no objection to. We generally hadn't done anything with the lights in the past at other stores, but we appreciated the fact that that was residential next to us, and we wanted to be a good neighbor. That's the moment, too, that we met Annette and her team, and at first heard about bird strike mitigation concerns. We had no idea about it. We'd never had that concern in any other market. So it took some time for us to catch up a little bit on what to do with that. Obviously, at the Appearance Commission, that was a unanimous approval. We added additional trees on the south side to buffer that. When we came back to the Planning Commission, we had resolved with our neighbors the truck route concern, which was one of the conditions. We had resolved the hours of operation for our logistics trucks with those neighbors. We also had resolved the lighting concern. So in a traditional sense, in the Planning Commission, you would argue that's a unanimous approval. We've solved to the neighbors' concerns. Everyone seemed to be happy, and we would come to you for ideally a consent agenda item, except for the fourth item, which was still bird strike mitigation. Working with our consultants and asking lots of questions about what to do and what experts would tell you to do, we ended up coming back suggesting that we would go to 63 feet, 10 inches. And the reason that odd number is it just hits a next window line. So we would put a 4x2 pattern of dots, which is an approved version of bird strike mitigation. There's many, many, many different kinds. There's no science behind which one is more protective than the other. They're all recommended. So we'd agreed to do that to 6310. We've agreed to dim our lights. And in the migration season, we agreed to turn off those sides of the lights, leaving the freeway side on. That seemed to be, as far as we needed to go, more than anyone else had gone, and quite frankly, for Skokie, it would be a great benchmark building to prove out that there is bird strike mitigation here in Skokie without an ordinance. It's all voluntary. Ironically, in a neighborhood where there's lots of steel and glass and zero protection, in one of the smallest buildings on the street. So it's been a challenge to understand exactly what to do, other than do it all, which makes no sense economically or even for protection. This is what we learned. This is the Mississippi Flyway. It's that central blue dotted set of lines that the birds are flying north to Canada and south to the Americas. It's a large swath of the United States. It's not simply Chicago, and it is definitely not Harm's Woods. They're flying all the way across the country. No jurisdiction that we looked at to find guidance and guidelines has a policy. So again, we're at the mercy of sort of what folks think might be beneficial or what they believe their emotions tell them that should be beneficial. Well, with what we're doing for Skokie and for the folks that are passionate about birds, would put Skokie generally between San Francisco and New York as it relates to a standard. Not the city of Chicago, where there are tall buildings, dense buildings, and quite frankly, where most of these folks are finding dead birds. But Skokie would be a suburban market with a very strict standard. So we're volunteering to do that, although we don't think you need it. We really don't. And there's no evidence to suggest that Harms Woods is the epicenter of bird strike. I think you'd have found that out at the Optima Tower years ago, if it was. But this is what we're willing to do. We believe that this should be an adequate approach to bird strike concerns for any development in Skokie, whether it's along the woods or somewhere else in the suburban market. We just don't know what more we can do. We believe we've tried to appease as many folks as possible with the issue without guidance, without guideline, without code or zoning. But as Donna alluded to, the goalposts move every time we do. So at this point, we've got our Planning Commission recommendations, the unanimous from the Approval Commission. We are just appealing to you. We want to be in Skokie. We love the opportunity here in Skokie. We're just wanting to appeal to you for your favor.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's essentially it. That's the pattern. That's the height. I'll just slide through these, Mayor.
Okay.
Mitigation, yeah. So
Thank
there's
you
no
very
plans,
much.
But that's essentially it. We really appreciate your time and patience. Thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate the presentation.
Will we get a question at the end?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. Hold on, everybody. A motion to concur with the Planning Commission report in order to get this open for public discussion would be in order. Trustee Robinson, seconded by Trustee Klein. Do members of the board have any comments or questions? Trustee Sucker?
I have a comment and a couple questions.
Sure.
Okay. Because this is a land use decision, we as members of the board need to decide whether this is a reasonable use of land and whether the village, the petitioner, and the community stakeholders work together to mitigate the impact. With that said, the fact is that this property will be developed. The property is zoned OR, Office and Research, which means that currently, without any board approval or community input, a high-intensity glass office building, hotel, senior living facility, or residential development could be developed on this land. So my first question is for Matt and the planning. I think it's probably important to clarify the history of the zoning in that area. Excuse me.
Okay. So this is, oh yeah. I'm going to show you the OR district. The OR district was created in 1972. It's kind of the west of the expressway. My map doesn't quite get you there, but so you have the hotels, you have the low kind of rise office buildings, you have Old Orchard Towers. Heading west, this is all still OR. You have Lifetime Fitness. This is the CTL group, which used to be Portland Cement, and then west of that, which is off the map, which is the Cook County Courthouse. So, and then down here, which is Optima, the Holocaust Museum. This part of Harms Woods is zoned OR as well. This used to be Peapod, Everest College, and Rand McNally. And then up here is North Shore. So that is all kind of the OR district. Just kind of orient you, this is, the expressway, and then this is Old Orchard Road. Then the mall's over here, and Niles North. I think, Mr. Kissel really, kind of provided a good history. Around, the late 90s, he mentioned, the kind of the former uses, but around the late 90s, like this area became very underutilized. And so, I was kind of looking at aerial photographs. I don't think this parking lot's been used for over 20 years. I know there were several redevelopment proposals in the area. Right now, we're looking at a hotel and, apartments through here. But, the big change was certainly adding, the museum and apartment or condo use, multifamily use for, Optima and then the Holocaust Museum. So, the OR district has changed over time. We amended, we opened up the ordinance and allowed those uses, kind of meeting the marketplace essentially.
Okay, thank you. So Optima went through the same process?
Yes, in 2003. Yeah, the ordinance was amended.
And residential became an allowable use?
Yes, multifamily.
Okay, my next question is for Carvana.
Yes.
I know that Carvana has made the following compromises, and you went through them based on the input of the community: changing the trucking route, changing the delivery hours, treating the glass, reducing the lighting, and so that means the lighting towards Harms Woods is reduced.
Harms Woods north and south, so the Optima Tower end to the
Okay.
north, correct.
But based on the research and all the information that I've been reading, it seems like it would be better for the birds, for bird protection, if the internal and external lights on all four sides of Carvana, except lights for safety, could be turned off during the migration periods from March 15th to June 15th, and from August 15th to November 15th, each year between the hours of midnight and 7 a.m. Would that be something you'd be willing to do?
It would. It would be. I think if it helps the case and the concern for the I don't say bird folks, that's not fair, but the passionate folks here tonight are concerned about bird strike, it would, and we would, as well as everyone on the board recognizes that we'd be the only building with that level of protection in the neighborhood, but we would love to be that building for you. Yes.
Correct. You would preserve your right for the sign.
Sorry, obviously we'd like our sign on all those buildings, Optima, the Rand McNally, all those buildings have their sign on. The freeway-facing signage only. I don't need the sign at Harmswood. I would love that on year-round, all the time, regardless of the season. I looked out my hotel last night. I got in late. We were delayed, and all kinds of lights on at 1:30 in the morning. We'd be dark, just want our sign. We would obviously keep our parking lot lights on for safety. I think those are standards for zoning, for Skokie in general. But the internal lights, which are the only internal lights of the tower, we would turn off. Yes.
Okay, so
And that would become a condition.
Condition of
in
the-
final passage.
So Matt will make sure that that's a condition of the
Yes.
final, okay.
Yes.
Okay, well, thank you.
Thank you, Trustee.
Trustee Kuhn?
The village board has received hundreds of public comments, both directly and indirectly through the other commissions, including the Plan Commission and Sustainable Environmental Advisory Commission. Many of us as trustees also took the additional step of meeting with vested parties on both sides of the issue. While there are expressed concerns from the residents of Optima, the overwhelming number of public comments received has been around Carvana's unique structure, its lighted see-through glass building, and its close vicinity to Harms Woods Forest Preserve. This combination presents a potential hazard to birds during peak migratory season. Many, including Skokie residents and non-residents, ask the village board to do what we can to mitigate those risks to birds in flight during migratory season. If this vote were to go through, the recommendation was made to turn off lights during critical times of migration, covering the building with bird-friendly glass, and monitoring and surveying how successful interventions have been to reduce bird strikes. As we look at the concerns raised regarding the potential harm to both local and migratory birds, it's difficult to ignore Optima's enormous glass structure and nearly adjacent to the proposed Carvana site. Optima's relatively larger size, glass structure, and even closer proximity to Harm's Woods in relationship to the Carvana's proposed site raises questions about what we know and what we don't know about the potential harm of tall glass buildings along a migratory pathway, and this includes the broader Chicagoland area and not just Skokie, for birds in flight and how best to mitigate the unintended consequences of bird strikes. Despite not having a village ordinance in place, Carvana has made concessions to accommodate recommendations number 1 and 2, and this includes turning off the lights on all 4 sides of the building, so thank you for that, Trustee Zucker, and covering the building in bird-friendly glass to the extent that this has been recommended to them by consultants on the effectiveness of bird-friendly glass. I want to acknowledge that there is disagreement on the effectiveness of bird-friendly window coverings once the structure exceeds the canopy of the surrounding areas. In the few ordinances that exist throughout the country, there is no consensus on which building heights to target for greatest impact and what percentage of a building's facade should be bird-friendly glass. The recommendations for when the light should be turned off have also been inconsistent throughout this process. Carvana at one point conceded to the recommended guidelines published by the Chicago Audubon Society's Lights Out initiative for buildings less than 20 stories tall, and we were told that this was still not sufficient for Carvana. This makes it really difficult to push Carvana to standards beyond existing guidelines that exist within this geographic area. But even so, Carvana eventually conceded to turn off lights during peak migratory season. On recommendation number 3, the issue of surveying and monitoring bird strikes, Carvana has been hesitant to move forward because of the potential liabilities they may be subject to in the event that the committed mitigation strategies have been insufficient and would require never-ending concessions in the future. Just as the village would not force Optima to make changes to their glass structure because it was built based on the knowledge and understanding the village board had at the time of construction, the village cannot hold Carvana accountable after their construction is complete. However, I do believe that there is value in conducting a case study of the 2 buildings for a period of at least 1 year that would include peak migration seasons of spring and fall to understand the impact of tall glass buildings in the area near Harm's Woods. I urge Optima to participate in this research case study as well, given the potential value in furthering our common understanding and informing future policy making here in Skokie and elsewhere. However, for Carvana, since the board will be taking their vote tonight on whether or not to move forward with their site proposal, I move that the Plan Commission's recommendation be amended to include an independent research study commissioned by the Village of Skokie to monitor and survey the number of bird strikes and how successful mitigation strategies have been in reducing bird strikes, with the understanding that no further mitigation would be required of Carvana nor Optima if they hopefully choose to participate in this study. To clarify, this motion would allow the Village of Skokie and its researchers access to private grounds to monitor and survey the area during peak migratory season for a period of at least 1 year. Carvana's site approval plans would be contingent on Carvana's agreement to participate in such case study. This will ensure that should Carvana's site plans be approved by the board tonight, it is moving forward with the best agreeable conditions for local migratory birds in the area, given our understanding of the issue at this time. This is a unique situation in Chicago's suburbs, and such a study would benefit not only the Village of Skokie in drafting policy for the future, but would help give guidance to how neighboring municipalities who inevitably will face similar projects.
Thank you. A motion has been placed before the board. Is there a second? Trustee Sutker, and Trustee Pure-Slovan. I'm not going to decide which one seconded the motion. I'll leave that up to our village clerk. Good luck promoting. Are there any questions of Trustee Kuhn? It is her motion. If not, oh, I'm sorry.
Don't be sorry. I have a comment. It's not a question. I appreciate the research and your position. I think it's an excellent idea, and it's one I support wholeheartedly. I think it's a great solution for the issue at hand, because during the conversations I wondered myself about bird strikes with Optima, because it is an all-glass building, and obviously it's taller than what we're presenting with what Carvana's presenting, and I think that this study does make a great deal of sense. Thank you.
Thank you.
On on the proposed amendment, the roll will be called, please.
Trustee Sutker.
Aye.
Trustee Robinson.
Aye.
Trustee Kuhn.
Aye.
Trustee Johnson.
Aye.
Trustee Pure Slovin.
Aye.
Trustee Klein.
Aye.
Mayor Van Dusen.
Aye, the motion passes. And I was just wondering, is Ms. Pugh? The Avalon in Evanston, is that 14 stories?
It's, what is it, 15?
15 stories.
Go to the microphone, please.
Oh, so sorry.
It is 15 stories.
It is.
Okay.
All
Which,
solid glass.
very similar to Carvana. And
Correct.
it does not have the same restrictions as is being...
Just for the first 30 feet.
Right,
It was
but-
converted into a masonry material, so it wouldn't be,
Right.
but we had the option also of using the decals.
Right,
but-
but did not.
Did not. But the thinking of the science at that point, this was just a couple years ago, was that it was only the first 30 feet. And, obviously, we're talking much more here.
Right. Good, thank you.
I have Carvana question. if
Sure.
it's Okay,
Trustee Klein.
thank you. This works. I just have a few questions about the Planning Commission case. First thing I'd like to talk about is the $200,000 bond to demolish Carvana if and when it is not in use. According to this, it says either declares bankruptcy and the building is vacant for 2 years. Is that an or an and?
I believe it's an and. I would need to check exactly how that's written in the site plan report. Yeah, it's an and. Both conditions would have to be met.
Okay, it's an and, so would it be legal, and I'll ask counsel this, to demolish a building that was, something's in bankruptcy? So this is like a moot point to me.
Right.
If you can't touch the building, then why are we saying this?
The point is, if Carvana were to go, first of all, cease operation, then we have the opportunity and the means to clearly remove it. If you're asking a question during bankruptcy, it would depend in all these things on the bankruptcy court as to what it would permit. But it's very possible that if demonstrated to the bankruptcy judge that this provision is there and that the money is there and that there is no operation of the business, that the federal bankruptcy court, that's where the provision would sit, would give permission. It would really require, once you enter bankruptcy, the judge in federal court bankruptcy controls that issue. But one way or another, we won't be left with a tower should they cease operation. It's a question of when we would be able to implement and use that money. But the forward thinking is, we wanted to have money set aside so that the village would not have to pay for such remediation.
Thank you, Ken. Another question I have regarding a gentleman from Carvana said they put a coin in, they get their car in 10 minutes. Okay, I live in the north side of Chicago. I go get my coin. Where's the revenue for Skokie?
That's probably a question for our Director of Finance.
Good evening, trustees. So because Carvana sales would be processed through this physical location in Skokie, whether the coin is put in or the car is delivered in the region, that sale will happen essentially in town. The village would receive 1% of the transaction value of the sales price as the state defines it.
Okay, thank you, sir. I got one last thing, and then I'll get off Carvana. It says delivery hours are restricted from 7 a.m. to 10 p.m.
Yes.
The only question I had is we usually have what they call quiet hours, and on Saturday, that would be 8 a.m. I would, if we tend to look favorably on that, I would like that at least thrown in.
Yeah, that was a condition that was added at the January Plan Commission meeting, but I think a question for the applicant to include or exclude that additional hour on Saturday.
Okay, thank you.
But we should clarify, if they'll concur with it, that's to them, but remember, the quiet hours is largely designed in terms of lawn mowers, gas equipment, things like that. It is not a restriction on when businesses can open and close.
No, I didn't say, but we're talking about delivery.
Right.
So,
Trustee, would that be it?
yeah.
Yes, I think we can limit Saturday hours or weekend hours starting at 8. It was Monday through Friday, which most of the residents were concerned mostly about, that all-night delivery, which we typically do at our sites because we're running logistics all day long. But yes, we could make that concession as well.
Now, since you're up there, I want my money's worth.
That's it.
What about mechanical?
Mechanical?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, what was the question?
Do you do any mechanical work there?
Oh, it's a small footprint building. If we have a HVAC guy there, yes, he's going to be there. Remember, the residents sit on a podium. The first apartments.
Auto repair.
Oh, no, we don't do any mechanical on site. No, we don't have service. if that's
Okay,
what
so
you're asking.
you have no bays in there.
That's correct. We're no bays. You don't come for an oil change. You don't come for your transmission fluid. There's no service. Again, we sell late model used cars, so if you buy a Honda, you buy a Toyota, you can take it to a Toyota dealer or a Jiffy Lube for those things. We don't do service.
Okay. Do you have a service in the area?
We have what's called inspection centers, where we take in all of our inventory. We'll either paint or refurbish or change oils, prep them for our internet site when they are now ready for sale. And so we sell that car already. It's sort of been repaired, maybe the tires don't meet spec, it's all ready to go and sell it. We don't do that at our retail facilities.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah, this is called the sausage making.
I appreciate it.
To clarify then, that will be added as a condition, Matt, you'll include that.
For the ordinance, yeah.
Correct, thanks.
Trustee Robinson.
I was going to ask about the economic piece. I forgot that one for me, but I did have a question for you, Mr. Sassenberg. Can you talk about any safety and security measures that are planned for the project?
Yes, so obviously safety is paramount to us. We have employees here that are working there and customers that are coming and going. So we generally have cameras on light poles looking at our lots and our sites and inside of our facility. They're all alarmed and card access. What we've done historically, Skokie's a great area. We don't feel a concern about our inventory or our staff today. As things change, if they change, and hopefully they don't change, then we would reassess. We have a security division that would say maybe there's a gate that wants to go at the entries, maybe a security patrol wants to cruise through it. It really depends on what occurs at a site. But today, Skokie does not strike us, and all our data suggests to us that we wouldn't need that day one. We would have the cameras, we would have card access, and other internal protocols at the site.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Hey,
Will there be time for board discussion after public comments, or is?
If you wish, we can do that, sure. Thank you.
Thank you.
I would then invite the Optima representatives.
That concludes.
Okay, if you would introduce yourselves, please.
Sure.
Thank you.
My name is Stephen Blonder. I'm a partner at Mutt Shellist in Chicago, and I represent the Optima homeowners associations from all the buildings. With me tonight is Asher Bronfeld, the president of the board of the association, and what I'm going to do is speak for a couple of minutes, then turn it over to Asher to address many of the concerns. And just so it's clear, we are not addressing the issues of the birds and migration. There's enough other people here who are come and speaking out on that issue. Trustee Sutker hit the nail on the head when she was talking about, well, what else could go here? And the different things that could go here. And Optima, we have no issue with the other things that can go there. We understand that. We accept that. That's part of Optima and when it came to the area. We object strongly to Carvana coming here. It's not the neighbor that we want. We don't want the billboard along the expressway, which is essentially what the tower is. That's all it is a billboard. Billboards aren't allowed on Eden's Expressway, let alone with multiple sides and signs. It's not what's allowed. Trustee Sutker was talking about what's compatible with the character of the surrounding neighborhood. Is the Carvana Tower compatible with the Holocaust Museum? With the Optima building? With the North Shore Healthcare building? With the Skokie Courthouse? It's not compatible with any of those. It's different. It's essentially spot zoning. And it's not spot zoning in the sense of you're zoning a particular tract of land, but it's effectively spot zoning and subject to challenge legally because of there's no other place within the district or within Skokie where you could put Carvana. So it effectively becomes spot zoning, which is per se illegal in terms of what the village is doing. Moreover, the process. Carvana had up the slide and talked about the 8 consultants and the 3 lawyers that they embarked to use for this project. The village did no traffic study of its own. The village didn't accept the studies of its own Department of Natural Resources. Again, I'm not going to the bird issue. From a process standpoint, the process was flawed. Carvana's studies were flawed, and that was pointed out to the Planning Commission. Tonight, the finance director told you that you're going to get 1% of the sales. Asher's going to talk about the numbers more. That's inconsistent with the Carvana expert report that they presented to get this approved. So the question is, you're being sold a bill of goods. The reports that you were provided don't match the reality, and they were paid for by Carvana. The comparisons that Mr. Kissel made and others were to a typical car dealership. That's not the right comparison. Comparison would be to something else that can go in the space. This isn't a traditional car dealership. If so, we might be having a different discussion. This is a billboard. That's all it is. So I'll now turn it over to Mr. Bronfeld to talk about some of the logistics and the specifics.
Are you going to be operating this, or do I need to do anything?
You need to operate it.
Oh. Yeah, first of all, lots happened tonight that I wasn't expecting. My name is Asher Bronfeld, president of the Optima Maple Board, the largest building north side of the complex. I didn't choose to adopt this role, but I became the spokesperson for all the rest of the boards, who ultimately represent most and all of our 2,000 residents. I've heard a lot tonight, and I really wasn't prepared for, but I'll go through the issues that I was planning on and perhaps add a little bit at the end to deal with what I've heard. One of the things that struck me tonight was the lack of emphasis about an issue that the Optima residents are very concerned about, that seemed to be dismissed in the conversations tonight as it related to traffic. Now, I've lived a fairly long time. I thought I knew what traffic meant, so I looked up the definition before I got here. Traffic's vehicles moving on a road or a highway. That includes trucks. If you look at much of the impact that they described tonight to you, they focused on cars, which is a great straw man, since most of the Optima residents aren't concerned about the car traffic that Carvana will create. If you look deep enough into the analysis done by the engineering firm, Kimley and Horn, and you have to go really deep into the exhibits that you've presented. So for anyone that's following it, it's on page 229. page 3, there's one mention of truck traffic. Those are the trucks that are bringing in the cars for pickup by customers. That's what Optima residents are concerned about, not the 128 trips of employees or customers coming to pick up their appointed cars. They're concerned about these trucks that are rolling up and down Woods Drive. Now, Brett Sassenberg was correct that there were accommodations made with regards to the traffic routing within their parcel. So the initial plan was to have an oval pattern running right by the building that I live in, within 90 feet, going around the tower, continuing on an oval, exiting to the right, going back up to Old Orchard Road. There were concessions made by Carvana to change their truck route. We accept that, we appreciate it. However, it does not change the fact that trucks will be rolling up and down Woods Drive for the duration of their occupancy here. Now, it's not just the Kimley and Horn 4 trucks that we're concerned about. That's daily. 4 trucks a day, 6 days a week. Well, that's the first year of operation. Again, if you have to read the expert report. Keep in mind, Carvana is projecting 25% annual increases in sales. They're going from $19.5 million in year 1 to $176 million in year 10. CAGR, compounded annual growth rate, 25% a year. Well, if you have that kind of an increase, you're going to have an increase in the trucks also. It's not going to be 4 trucks a day. Looking at it on a compounded annual basis, by year 5 or 6, you're talking about more like 15 trucks a day going up and down Woods Drive, regardless of how they enter their space. That's what the neighborhood is going to look like. Is that the neighborhood that Optima residents expect it to be with, to expect to see out their windows when they purchased or rented in Optima? Eventually, as you get closer to year 10, it's 20 plus. It's up to 25 trucks a day. I'm asking you to use your common sense and experience and what your neighborhoods look like right now. Imagine, if you will, 20 to 25 trucks a day going up and down the road. Forget about where they turn in, forget about the right turns, the left turns, the possible traffic accidents, the safety issues. Just think about what your character of your neighborhood will be when you have 20 to 25 trucks like that a day going up and down. Again, there were concessions made with regards to the truck traffic within their parcel. The trucks still have to get here. There's no other way to bring those cars in. And as their volume increases, and of course they hope that their volume increases, they talked about the unit sales increases, that is what our residents have to be concerned about. So the way I would compare it on an analogy, even though there have been some concessions made again by Carvana, I would use the story, you've got a joint pain, you've got to go see a doctor. You go in, you're having some severe pain. They always ask you initially, on a scale of 1 to 10, what's your pain level? Well, 6, 7, it's pretty severe. Doctor says, well, great, I'll give you some physical therapy, I'll prescribe some physical therapy, some medicine. Come back in a month. You come back in a month. First question again, what's your pain level? They say 4. Well, doctor's very happy. The medicine worked, the physical therapy worked. But Dr. Carvana, did I mention that his last name was Carvana? Dr. Carvana, I'm still in pain. I still have 4. Well, Mr. Bronfeld, you have a chronic condition. There's so much medicine can do. You're just going to have to learn to live with it. And that's what we're being told. We're being told that whether it's 4 trucks a day or 20 trucks a day, that's what we're going to have to learn to live with. But hopefully, there's some payoff here for Skokie. There's some payoff in terms of the economics of the project, which will make some positive benefit for the general community so that we can learn to live with our pain. So let's talk about the economics of the project. 3 categories. So let's show me the money. bad movie, Jerry Maguire. This is a good summary. I'm using one of their slides. Carvana's a Fortune 500 company, third fastest company to reach Fortune 500 behind Amazon, Google. It's very impressive. Keep in mind, being a Fortune 500 company is not a guarantee of sustainability. I can think of one good example, Enron. Between the years 1996 and 2000, they went from 13 billion in sales to 100 billion in sales, 65% growth rate per year. 2 years later, they were bankrupt, and they even took down one of the largest accounting firms with them because the numbers weren't quite what they appeared to be. So let's look to see their numbers and if they appear to be what they are. They cite as the first section of the impact, they call it an economic impact. And again, this is from the report of Applied Economics, initially filed in July of 2021, was revised a little bit in October of 2021. There were some changes of personnel, but it's essentially the same report, word for word. So they talk about the construction costs of the building. The way they've got the numbers broken out, it's about $6 million and $4 million between construction materials, et cetera, and the labor costs. And what they're asking you to believe, besides that number, is that then there will be a multiplier effect. You know, you spend money, person is getting paid, they get a job, they're at the end of the week, they then go to a restaurant, that money gets recirculated throughout the economy, so there's a multiplier effect. And they use standard multiplier numbers. So there's this project going up in Skokie. This building is made right next to our building. A lot of money. $10.5 million turns into $16 million through the multiplier effect. So where is this money being spent? Who's getting the money in Skokie from this $16.5 million, which looks so impressive? Where are they purchasing their materials? Who are they hiring to work at these jobs? They're getting construction workers. They're paying for materials. Are these materials being bought in Skokie? Are the employees coming from Skokie? Have you ever seen a want ad sign, help wanted, only Skokie residents need to apply? Where will these materials come from? Will they be coming from Skokie specific, a 10 square mile, 67,000 resident entity, or will they be coming from the surrounding area? Will they be coming from Morton Grove, Niles? They're not going to come from our Home Depot and Lowe's. We don't have a Home Depot and Lowe's. Ace Hardware is going to do a lot of business supplying the materials for this building. How about the Crafty Beaver on Oakton? We don't have the infrastructure that would actually be able to absorb this spending. I'll give you an example from a project that we did. 2 years ago, we had a garage reconstruction project. A lot of repairs, probably about $1.5 million, $1.75 million project. Did very similar kinds of things. There was construction, there was labor. The people that were working on the project, Grays Lake, western suburbs. The general contractor was from outside the community. The subcontractors were primarily outside the community. Skokie does not have the infrastructure to absorb this kind of spending for a project. So they can say that there's a $16.5 million impact, and they're absolutely correct. And if they went to the Cook County and their Board of Commissioners, they'd have a better case. If they went to Governor Pritzker and said, Illinois will benefit from this project, they would have a better case, because most of that spending would stay in Illinois, or most of that spending would stay in Cook County. But to assume that $16.5 million is going to permeate through Skokie's direct economy, just ask yourself if that's possible. Second category, economic impact of operations. And what they're describing with that is the difference. It's called a retail margin. So you go into Nordstrom's, you buy a sweater for $70, $100. Haven't bought a sweater at Nordstrom's for a while. You buy a sweater for $100. The cost to the retailer is $50. The $50 profit, the $50 gross profit is what stays in the local economy. That's the retail margin. In the auto dealership business, same thing. You buy a used Lexus for $30,000. It costs them $26,000 to purchase it, transport it to the site. That $4,000 stays within the economy. And that's what they're assuming is going to happen with this dealership. However, as you've been told, you've been hit over the head tonight, Carvana is not that kind of a dealership. It's purely online. Customer goes on. I was on just the other day. There were over 60,000 cars available at the time. You pick out your car. You do your financing online. You do your warranty, if you want to do an extended warranty, you do that online. Everything is done before the car is delivered to you, and we're going to talk about where the delivery is made in a second. So in that case, how does Skokie get $1 of that transaction? These are not franchises that they're opening up. Skokie Carvana, it will not be owned by a local owner. It's corporate Carvana. That money will never see Skokie. But they're counting all of that as revenues to Skokie. Now, with regards to the permanent jobs, I could see an argument that a certain percentage, a certain fraction of the jobs would land with Skokie residents. Obviously, the closer the commute is for someone, you'd expect some. But you'd also have some from Morton Grove, you'd have some from Niles, you'd have some from the surrounding, you'd have a lot from Chicago. So to, again, make the assumption that the entire $6.3 million will stick in Skokie, use your common sense, use your experience, see how reasonable that is. Now we come to the analysis of the item which is directly, specifically, supposed to raise revenue for the area. They're municipal sales taxes. A sales tax is charged by the state, Illinois. A piece of that goes back to the municipality that's in question. I have to disagree with your finance director only because I'm following what Carvana said. This is the Applied Economics Report again, as I referenced July 2021. And this, the top part refers to those annual wages that they were describing. They make a forecast. Annual vehicle sales at the new vending machine are supposed to start at $19.5 million. First year of operation, and increase to $176 million by year 10. Okay? One footnote in the entire report. Number one, these sales projections were provided by Carvana and have not been independently verified by Applied Economics. Keep that in the back of your mind as we go to the next slide. So, the sophisticated analysis then turns into, we have the projected sales volume, we have a 1 cent per dollar sales tax, so they multiplied the sales times 1% to achieve the average sales taxes for the 10 years, right? Carvana now gets to talk to you and say, we have an expert testimony that says we're going to make an average of $8.9 million over 10 years. They provide the input, the expert multiplies it by 1%, and now we have expert testimony that you're going to get $8.9 million. Although individuals in the region can currently purchase vehicles through Carvana for home delivery, in which case the sales tax generated goes to the city or town in which the purchaser lives. That's what their experts said. If there's a delivery made to the buyer directly, it goes to the home where the purchaser is. The option of taking delivery of these vehicles at a vending machine in Skokie would create a significant stream of new revenues with limited impacts at the site. How the economics consultant knew about the limited impacts is beyond me. So now, where did Carvana come up with their estimates? This is on page 4 of the report. Taxable sales projections used in this analysis are based on past sales data from the Atlanta vending machine. Notice they say vending machine, not vending machine tower. And keep that in the back of your mind. and reflect Carvana's strategic approach to market penetration. Then, this is a complicated sentence. Projected sales are then adjusted for total used car sales in the Chicago regional market, Carvana's market share, and the length of time that Carvana has operated in that market. Notice that there's no detail, there's no analysis, they're basically presenting you with a formula. So the question is what's so special about Atlanta? Well, a little bit of history, and I've sent you emails to this. 2013 is where Carvana started selling cars online. It was in the Atlanta market. Carvana was a spin-off from a company called Drive Time. They shared facilities. They had a large inspection facilities nearby. That's where the Carvana market started. So what you're probably thinking is the vending machine that they're describing is this, a 12-story tower, not too dissimilar to ours in height. Of course, the traditional overview of the highway. Notice that there's no residential around it. That's what they think they're talking about. This thing went operational in November of 2020, 9 months before this report was written. So are they talking about this building or perhaps this building? This was a 3-bay site that Atlanta was also selling cars out of. It was somewhat automated. You had to have a key card that you swiped, you walked in, you got your car. This is a picture taken by a customer in 2019. Or are they talking about this? So we really don't know. And what does Atlanta have to do with the market in Chicago? Do we know what the sales were in Atlanta? Did they provide those to you? We know. We actually did a survey, and we said, what is the distribution of cars that are sold either by direct delivery or by cars where you're picking it up at a vending machine tower? We went on a site called Carvana Reviews and Experiences, which has over 10,000 members. Many, by the way, are favorable to the petitioner Carvana. They're not all bitching about it. They're saying some good things. Some people are saying some very bad things. I'm not going to get into that. But this was the breakdown. And we suspected these numbers based upon many of the social media that we've read over the last 3 or 4 months. 17% of sales were at a vending machine tower. Amazingly, 1% was picked up at Walmart. 17%. So, who gets the sale? You have a northern Illinois area. There's a person sitting in his pajamas in the middle of Chicago, decides to buy a $30,000 Lexus. Does he go to Oak Brook to pick up his car? Oak Brook gets the sales tax. Does he go to Schaumburg, which was recently approved June 21, which would be up before their building would be up, assuming you approved it tonight? Does Schaumburg get it? Schaumburg is 16 miles away from here. From my house to their new site at 1717 Penny Lane, I'm not making up the address, approved June 21. Or Skokie. Those three are grabbing for that 17%. And there's home delivery. And home delivery, as explained to you by their expert consultant, if the purchaser gets straight home delivery, it comes to them, that city gets the sales tax, not Skokie. I even have a copy of an invoice, which I wasn't planning on showing because I wasn't sure how much time I had. This is an invoice of a Chicago customer getting direct delivery. You notice who the seller is to the right-hand side? It's not Carvana Oak Brook, which was the only standing tower at the time. The seller was Carvana LLC. 63 Pierce Road, hey, it's from Winder, Georgia, which happens to be the initial distribution site for the Atlanta market. That customer never saw the tower. It was delivered directly to his house. Honestly, I don't know if it was a his or her. The sales tax was applied exactly the way it was supposed to be. Portion went to the city of Chicago. Some went to Cook County. It was, I believe, 9.5%. Had nothing to do with Oak Brook. That car never saw the Oak Brook Tower. So my question to you tonight is this. Do you really know what these sales projections are emanating from? Do you have any confidence in the numbers that you're seeing? You're making a big decision about our future based upon a lot of projections which seem contradictory, which seem to be based on a lot of whimsy and hope. You know, there's I've asked a lot of questions tonight. There's an old Chinese proverb. One who asks a question is a fool for 5 minutes. One who never asks a question is a fool for life. Have the proper amount of questions been asked about the data that you have been presented? Do you really know what you're getting? You're not approving a Chick-fil-A on Touhy Avenue, or a Walgreens on Dempster, or even a car dealership on Skokie Boulevard. You're familiar with those businesses. You know exactly what you're getting. Carvana is novel. It's complex. You don't know what kind of revenues you are going to see. And by the way, I could be wrong. The revenues are there, but have they really proven and established it to you? Has the proper vetting been done? You can't apply a standard metric that you would use for a business to a non-standard business. Before you ask us to live with it, I ask that are you knowledgeable about what you're getting from Carvana? Thank you for your time. Steve?
Yep. Thanks, Asher.
Please.
So where do we end up? We end up with lack of information, something that is one-sided presentations on hope and mirrors. As a practical matter, there's no place other than Optima in this district that a car dealer or marine craft dealer can be placed without raising an existing structure. Skokie had no plans to modify this OR's district zoning or permit car and marine craft dealers prior to Carvana and the landowners of the proposed site asking for this modification. You may choose to go ahead, you may choose to table it, seek more information, you may choose to vote it down. Those are your prerogatives. To the extent it goes forward, it may be asking more questions and questioning the process here in terms of where's the traffic study and the other studies from the Village of Skokie? Where's the independent analysis from the Village of Skokie? Looking at the economics, looking at the environmental issues, looking at the safety issues. What you've been given is a one-sided process. The process is flawed, which means the conclusion is necessarily flawed. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Let's take a 5-minute break, and then we will resume with public comment. When we resume, anybody who wishes to address the board will line up along the wall where Matt is, and then take the microphone, and it'll be for 3 minutes. So we'll take a short 5-minute break.
Testing, testing.
But they want certain, there is.
Can I just say I want this on?
Okay. Thank you very much. Please. The meeting will
Hey, Julia.
Okay, we would ask you, when you come to the microphone, please give us your name. Each person will be given 3 minutes. And I would ask you, if possible, please do not give us a lot of repetition. We're trying to pay attention. It's getting late. So please, and stay on point on this project. We're not going to save the planet tonight, but we can come close. So, yes, ma'am.
Right here? Right here?
Can we ask that the door be closed? We're getting a lot of noise from the hallway.
Is this the correct, this is the correct mic?
Speaking to the mics.
Sure. Good evening, everyone. Dear Village of Skokie Board of Trustees, my name is Dina Lichterman, and I'm not only a 22-year veteran teacher of Skokie, but I'm also a longtime resident. I moved to this village 11 years ago because I love this community and its commitment to its residents, its dedication to preserving nature, and its willingness to listen to the people who reside here. There is a clear sense of pride and community when people say they are from Skokie. It is a place I chose to raise my children, and it's a place I proudly call home. It is with these sentiments that I come to you this evening to strongly object to the placement of Carvana next to Harms Woods and the Illinois Holocaust Museum. As you are already aware, over 6,000 Skokie residents have petitioned against Carvana coming to that location. Countless letters from environmentalists have been submitted, as have letters showing that the economic benefits are inflated and that Carvana has a history of poorly managing their businesses. All of these alone should be enough to compel you to vote against this proposal. This proposal should, frankly, not have even made it this far. And yet here we are, residents of Skokie, with my 11-year-old daughter who is way past bedtime, asking that you all find it in your good conscience to vote against this. Harms Woods has served as a place of respite for thousands, a place to explore, walk, and take in the beautiful scenery. A 24-hour blue light, even if dimmed for some hours, diminishes that beauty. It would also be placed next to the Illinois Holocaust Museum, an important historical institution and a destination for people all over the state. It is a gathering place of reflection and of great importance, and so having a tower of cars next to it cheapens its significance. Just as Carvana next to the Lincoln or Vietnam memorials would be unheard of, why consider putting it next to the second largest Holocaust museum in the United States? Surely one can see the absurdity of this. I strongly ask that you reconsider putting Carvana in the proposed location. I have heard time and again that people are not against having this business in Skokie. In fact, board trustee member Ms. Sudker had mentioned a senior center. But it is the proposed location of this that is problematic. As a committee, 2 hours ago, you passed a 1% sales increase at Old Orchard. If generating revenue for the village of Skokie is your motive and goal, you just did it 2 hours ago. That came through the sales tax. My guess is that none of you would want to live next to this business. Please use your conscience and stand up for what is right.
Thank you.
Vote nay on the proposal.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to stand next to my daughter.
Hi, my name is Amelia, and I'm an 11-year-old student at Old Orchard Junior High School. I'm speaking to you about this to tell you about the negative effects of putting a Carvana next to Optima Towers. The first reason is that the people of Optima Towers won't be happy about it. I mean, who wants a big blue glow stick outside their window at night? That's a rhetorical question. No one wants that. It would also negatively impact the value of those condos. And for the people who bought the condos because of the view of the forest preserve, instead it would be a big 13-story eyesore. The second reason is the birds. If the Carvana is put there, it would be responsible for thousands to 10,000s of bird deaths every year. Many conservation groups have opposed the placement of the tower because of the impact it would make to the birds, and with Harms Woods so beautiful, it would just ruin nature and the beauty. If you put the Carvana there, it would literally harm Harms Woods. The third and final reason, which is also very important to me, is that the tower would be very close to the Illinois Holocaust Museum. The Holocaust Museum is a very serious place that has a lot of cultural remembrance that would just be overshadowed by a lit-up tower of used cars. Do you know how bad that sounds even with me just saying this? It seems very inappropriate to put something so flashy next to a place of great importance and sorrow. It is very important, and even as an 11-year-old, I know that. I know that close to 6,000 people signed a petition that opposed this, which shows the amount of backlash you would get for putting the Carvana there. For the people at Optima Towers, for the conservation groups, and for the people whose memories are kept alive at the Holocaust Museum, I strongly encourage you to vote nay on putting the Carvana there. Adults need to do better.
Thank you. Please. Yes, ma'am.
We need the document camera turned on. Someone said they turn it on from there, so that would go on.
Don't start the clock yet, I'm getting around.
That's right, 1, 2, 3. Okay, my name is Annette Prince, and I'm the Director of Chicago Bird Collision Monitors. I've been working with concerned Skokie residents since last November when we were alerted to the dangers that would be posed if Carvana built its tallest car vending tower at the foot of a protected preserve at Harms Flatwoods. Bird collisions are a critical concern in the Chicago region. Our combination of excessive urban lighting, glass designs, and millions of birds using our green spaces and lakefront along their migratory routes ranks us as the #1 most dangerous area for birds in the nation. For every new lighted glass design we construct here, it means more birds killed or injured. We know that bright lights attract migrating birds at night, and I really do appreciate the concession that Carvana has just made and that the trustees introduced to increase the amount of light reduction, because it's a critical part of birds coming into these dangerous glass structures at night. Birds that do not see clear or reflective glass, especially when it's in the form of a glass cube that looks like they can fly straight through. Putting this kind of hazard next to a green space multiplies the chances that birds will encounter deadly glass, which means I think it differs from the building that was discussed in Evanston. I think someone said Avalon. I'm not aware of that building, but if it's not next to nature preserve, its amount of glass doesn't make the same amount of difference if it's not next to an area that's going to attract birds. Even though Carvana says there's no science on how to protect birds, there is. There's local, state, and national experts who have agreed that a see-through structure like this needs its lights turned out and needs to have visual patterns on the outside glass surface. The ABC, who is a leader in bird collision mitigation, knows that it's recommended to have 2 times the canopy height. We talked to Carvana at the very beginning about how the U.S. Green Buildings Council does a threat factor analysis of what's dangerous for a building, and that equation cannot be met unless at least 100 to 120 feet of the tower is covered with patterns. Carvana says that they've made concessions, but the concessions they're making for the glass coverage are inadequate, and they don't remove the threat that this structure poses. They've offered to cover less than half the tower, and this will not be enough to protect the building. We monitor the Apple Store in downtown Chicago, which is a glass cube. It's only 2 stories. We get constant hundreds of birds that are hitting that building. The Carvana Tower at 14 stories will be like 7 Apple stores sitting on top of each other. Dead and injured birds are continually found at those buildings. We see no reason why Carvana can't cover the entire tower. You don't negotiate a threat of something being killed or injured. You do the most you can to eliminate it. You also don't do a partial. You don't partially remove a hazard. If the glass in this building was predicted to kill 20 people a year, could Carvana generously fix half of the glass and brag that they only kill 10 people a year with their tower? Would that be commendable concessions, or would you consider that inadequate mitigation? Carvana will not do what they need to do to protect birds with the glass protection, and so we say no to this tower. This shouldn't happen. Skokie has the ability to say no.
Thank
If
you.
they don't say no, we want to know why.
Ms. Prince, your time is up. Thank you. Thank you very much.
My name is Ann Tanner. I wish to relinquish my time to Annette Prince.
I just.
No,
I
wait
need
a
one more
minute.
I
No,
need
no,
one more
you
minute.
don't relinquish your time. If you wish to address the board, please do.
Okay, then why don't you read this?
That's all. It's very simple.
Read there. No, the clock's not going. She hasn't even started.
Hey.
What's going on here?
Take it easy.
Wow.
Take it easy. Yes, ma'am.
Should I be? Okay.
Yes.
why they didn't inform the Sustainability Commission of the Carvana project and allow them to make recommendations? Why did they choose questionable monetary gain over protecting bird lives and a healthy environment? Why did they choose to go against the advice of science and experts who say the mitigations are inadequate? Why did they approve a glass billboard where others are forbidden on the Edens? Why will they impact 3% of the Skokie population, the residents at Optima? Why will they ignore the passionate appeal of thousands of people who say this tower does not belong here? These are your constituents who will be watching the outcome of this decision. These are all of our birds you are putting at risk. We hope Skokie will take an action that is a stand against a threat to valuable, irreplaceable life. The best solution is no tower. If you are going to go against the voice of hundreds of letters and thousands of petitioners and approve this tower, the very least that should be done is to require complete mitigation and glass treatment and monitoring to assure birds are protected. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Claire Halpin. I'm an architect. I'm a member of Bird Friendly Chicago, board member of Chicago Ornithological Society, and a volunteer with Chicago Bird Collision Monitors. The bird strike mitigation measures proposed are just not enough to address the increased risk of bird strikes for this building. This increased risk is due to two main factors. The site is adjacent to an Illinois nature preserve that draws birds to it, and the transparent design, it's a very unique design here, makes the building very susceptible to bird strikes. So on a macro scale, quick sketch here. The birds are compressed towards Chicago. They're between Lake Michigan and this farmland to the west. So birds actually are drawn in the Mississippi Flyway to come to this area. On a micro scale, resident and migratory birds are drawn to the location for food, habitat, and refuge. So there will be more birds at the site than other sites. And as far as glass building goes, there are two categories where glass is dangerous to birds: when it's reflective, like a mirror, or transparent, and it's basically invisible. So the Carvana tower is particularly dangerous because it's basically a transparent box. It's not like It has open floor plates. It's not like a building with walls inside. It's backlit entirely, similar to the Apple Store or a glass walkway. It's not like a building with an opaque facade and windows in it. It's unique in its transparency. It's what's called a fly-through condition. And it's uniquely dangerous for bird strikes. And so Carvana's proposed to use these markers, and to the height of, well, I had 54 feet, but it sounds like it's been increased to in the 60s now, 63 feet 10. These markers work, and in defense of that height limit, Carvana had previously shown a graphic in the January Commission meeting that showed the height limit of other guidelines at 36 feet, and that was not true. I see that that was updated, but that was the lead standard, and which is the go-to kind of standard for bird-friendly buildings. If Carvana were calculated according to that, it would have to cover all of its glass because it's a fly-through condition, and because the calculation requires a building with that much glass to protect its glass. So regardless of any standard, it means there's 70 feet of height that is unprotected. The markers are proven by science to work. They're tested in a tunnel testing system by the American Bird Conservancy. They work. Why not the entire tower? The cost is minimal compared to the cost of everybody's time, the cost of the entire development. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Kimberly Polka. I started a petition. And I'm going to talk about that today because it's not just about the petition. I started the petition on the afternoon of January 11th, 2022. It's less than a month ago, after the Plan Commission approved the site and zoning amendment. I went to bed defeated that day. I could not understand, in the face of science, the experts. There are experts. I could not understand, we had letters, how it got passed. I mean, my heart is racing right now. So I went to bed defeated. I woke up re-energized and decided I had to do something. I was at that plan meeting and I spoke. And there weren't many other Skokie residents. Those who did speak were Optima. And I knew if Skokie residents weren't speaking up, it had to be because they didn't know. So not only did I do an online petition, but I hit the streets with my online petition. And as of 7 this morning, this is how it turns out. 7 a.m. today, there were 6,621 signatures. 4,985 of those signatures are from Illinois. 4,035 are from Cook County, and Harms Woods belongs to all of the people in Cook County. 1,085 signatures are our neighbors directly adjacent to Skokie. And 1,210 signatures are from Skokie residents all over Skokie. I live in Skevinston. I live nowhere near Optima. This proposal is egregiously wrong. People ask me, what does a petition really do? And here's what it's done. It's been a tool to raise awareness, to talk about the issue with my neighbors, and I'd hoped it would have started a conversation with you. I've sent emails, and they've gone unanswered. I feel like I'm speaking for hundreds of Skokie people because I have spoken to hundreds of Skokie people. The residents of Optima in their peaceful neighborhood could never have expected such a structure as their neighbor because it's not permitted within the current zoning. It is a billboard. It is a glass display case with a billboard. And decades ago, long before I was born, there was a garden club who went up and down the North Shore making deals with the municipalities to keep the Edens from being littered with billboards because it ran right between our pristine forest preserves. I'm skipping around here because I can't even keep track of my own thoughts, but I'm going to say I didn't know those things before this. I didn't know those things before January 6th. I started because of the birds, because the science is there. There are experts. A man who's been studying this for 48 years, to say we don't know is absurd. The proposal is egregiously wrong, and it should not be approved. You cannot correct it if you approve it.
Hi, I'm Gail Regenbogen. I am a Skokie resident, and I thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. Village trustees are elected by the people to represent the people. Over the last several months, I have spoken to numerous Skokie residents, and not one person I talked to was in favor of this tower being built in this sensitive area. I'm going to address something that nobody has really brought up yet, because I don't want to go over everything that's already been said. But Carvana made a statement that real estate experts said that there would be no change in the value of Optima if this tower is built. So I went ahead and I personally consulted several different suburban realtors who told me that that is completely false, that the value of Optima will go down significantly, at least 20%, if this tower is built, because nobody chooses to want to live next to a used car tower that's lit up all night. So my question to you is this: if we're worried about revenue, how is it going to bring in money to the village if the property is devalued, so then the tax rate goes down and the village is losing tax money from Optima? My last question to you: you have a Sustainable Environmental Advisory Commission, and they were never consulted on this issue. I know that was brought up before, but my question to you is, why do you have a commission that you don't seek the advice of? I know that the reason probably is that you didn't want to hear what they had to say, because I'm sure you're aware of the fact that they are against this project. So I would recommend that you vote no for the people of Skokie. Thank you.
My name is Eleanor Shunas. I'm an ecological management volunteer at Harms Flatwoods, an Illinois registered natural area. But what I really want to talk about is this very sketchy company. Let's talk about the main investor in this company, Ernest Garcia, who has had a fraud conviction. He's had multiple bankruptcies. Not the kind of person you really should be doing business with in the village of Skokie. The company is under investigation by several state attorneys general. Again, not a company that Skokie should really be doing business with. There are literally hundreds of complaints against the company on the Better Business Bureau. Customers are getting their cars, but they are not getting the titles to their cars. So what does that mean? That means that not only does Carvana have the money from the customer on their books, but they also still have the car on their books, which makes it look like they have more assets than they really do. Why would you inflate your assets? Well, you want to get loans, and you want to get loans at favorable rates. So you need to look into this business. Do your research. Forbes, Wall Street Journal, Reuters, they've all had articles and research about this company, and it's really sketchy practices, and I think that Skokie can do much better than doing business with a company like this. I think there's a much better option for you to put a site on the site than a Carvana tower. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Lisette Zaid, and I volunteer for the Chicago Bird Collision Monitors from my Skokie office on Monticello, helping rescue birds that are injured by collisions in this area. I want to thank my friends at Optima for keeping their building so dark at night. My grandfather moved to Skokie from Hungary after surviving the Holocaust. A proud owner of Tiber Furs on Dempster, he raised a family here. Today, my husband and I both work in Skokie and are considering purchasing our first home together in Skokie with our 1-year-old. I can't look for a home here in good faith, knowing I would be raising my child in a community that does not value the lives of creatures big and small, the local habitats, and their inhabitants. And the irony of putting a tower that will cause senseless loss of life next to the Holocaust Museum personally breaks my heart. I'm sure other progressive young families like mine looking for their next home purchase in a value-driven community might feel similarly. Be the heroes and make Skokie the good guy of this story. Please vote nay on the Carvana Tower. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Lynette Wolf, and I'm here to oppose the construction of the Carvana vending machine, which is in direct proximity to Harmswood Forest Preserve. How ironic, Harmswoods. First off, I'm a Carvana customer, and I purchased my vehicle completely online, and that was the selling point, was doing it online. I would never entertain the idea of going to a car vending machine. As it's been said, this is simply an advertising gimmick that is not only irresponsible but ignorant to the voices of Skokie residents, migrating birds, and also insulting to me as a former Carvana patron. The proposed construction of this vending machine is in the direct path of migrating birds, and in fact all native birds. They follow the Chicago River and this is perilously close to Harmswoods, obviously. This proposed 140-foot clear glass structure is a death sentence to birds that are already either threatened or endangered. They're attracted by the nighttime lighting and cannot see transparent glass they think they can fly through. I, too, am a volunteer for the Chicago Bird Collision Monitors, and my area is Streeterville, where, if any of you know, that's where the Apple building is located. This construction is basically 7 Apple buildings piled on top of each other, which is extremely dangerous. I've had to witness far too many collisions, many times occurring simultaneously while I'm trying to either salvage or rescue a bird that has already collided. They simply cannot see where this clear glass is, and they violently crash. Again, these birds have traveled hundreds, sometimes over thousands of miles to migrate, only to die and crash into a clear glass building. The building that you are proposing to construct, again, is equivalent to 7 Apple buildings, clear cubes on top of each other, which will be an environmental and ecological disaster. For us to construct yet another obstacle for them is simply irresponsible. As a Carvana patron, I urge you to not construct this building in the vicinity next to Harms Woods. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Van Duzen and trustees for the time to speak tonight. My name is Ellen Zafani. I grew up in Skokie and lived here for 25 years. My mother has been a resident for 55 years and still lives in my childhood home. I'm speaking for both of us tonight. My background is in finance and business partnerships. I worked for Expedia and Orbitz for 14 years, negotiating commercial contracts worth billions. I am a CPA and have my MBA from Northwestern. I agree with most of the concerns that have been raised: the birds, the light, the traffic, the eyesore of this 14-story proposed tower, especially from the Illinois Holocaust Museum. However, my concern is focused more on the negotiation and due diligence that has been conducted by the Village of Skokie, or possible lack thereof. I commend your mission to creatively drive revenue to help Skokie grow and thrive. But I ask tonight that you vote no under the current proposal and rather ask Carvana for at least 2 more points. 1, can Carvana sign up for 3 years of guaranteed revenue? It appears Carvana gave Skokie a 10-year financial estimate, but has Skokie done its own objective financial estimate? If Carvana believes Skokie will generate nearly $200,000 in year 1, then guarantee that revenue plus the projections for the next 2 years. This is not uncommon in contracts like these. 2, can the tower be shorter? Why does it have to be the tallest one Carvana has built at 14 stories? The tower in their hometown of Tempe, Arizona is only 9 stories. Oak Brook is 8. Perhaps a shorter tower of 6 could alleviate some of these concerns. Carvana, a public company, has never recorded an annual profit since it went public in 2014. Since November of 2021, the father of the Carvana CEO sold $3.6 billion of Carvana stock, while the company continues to record losses and negative cash flow. The finance community believes Carvana will not turn a profit for at least another 2 years, if at all, and they're burning through cash and heavy on debt. Carvana's own auditor, Grant Thornton, indicated uncertainty about Carvana as a going concern. Please vote no.
Hello, my name is David Fryrick. I'm a resident of Skokie. I know many of the people on the trustees, and I have to just ask this question. If this should go through, if this should go through, my concern is that when you voted to build the shops at Old Orchard, there was a requirement in the ordinance that the fencing behind the building be secure privacy fencing. And what was allowed to be placed there was chain link fencing. When Optima and Holocaust building were built, they borrowed the space that is now the Calvin Sutker Grove to use as a construction storage, removing the split rail fencing that was there. I've talked to Mr. Lorge on numerous occasions over the last several years about having that replaced. It is part of the ordinance, but it was never put back. So I wonder, what about these other parts of this ordinance can we expect to be enforced once this building is built? I vote no. Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you for having me. My name is Carlos Ruiz. I'm a resident in Skokie for the last 29 years. I was just trying to figure out how can I say this without coming across too upset. But if you look at Carvana's motto is that they sell online So basically, the business is online. And what they're offering it to us is a billboard that is gigantic. It is the vending machine that people can see it from the highway. It also located next to one of the most significant buildings in Skokie, not Illinois, which is the museum. And also, we have it development for residents. So you will think that the next development would be something that would be compatible. Another residential building that will go through review processes. It will probably take care of problems with the environment, but this is not in the right place. I hope that we look at what is good about Skokie, and one of them is the forest preserve, which is a respite for all of us, especially now the COVID being there. A lot of people go and use that. I know this is a parking lot, but I think that the village could be more aggressive to work with the owner, try to find maybe a planned development that would be more appropriate for the site and also the use. Thank you very much, and I urge you to vote no.
Hello, my name is Ambria Benesh, and I am a 23-year resident of Skokie, the village in which I was raised. In this era of genuine climate crisis, the debate around this potential development comes as a shock to anyone following local and regional environmental issues. Chicago serves as a hotspot for over 250 species of migrating birds, and Harms Woods is a crucial component of that supportive ecosystem. A development that poses an obvious and immediate threat to those birds should have the full opposition of any trustees who consider themselves stewards of Skokie's environment, a title which many trustees sought during the most recent election. Furthermore, the projected increase in diesel fuel pollution, a well-documented public health problem, presents a clear threat not only to Harms Woods, but to the 3% of Skokie residents living next to the proposed site. In fact, any trustee who cares about the looming climate crisis in any capacity should think twice about erecting a corporate monument to cars. Furthermore, the optics of this development fly in the face of a historically billboard and advertisement-free Edens Expressway, as pursued by national and local garden clubs and as inscribed in the 1971 state law. While not a traditional billboard, this, quote, expressway-oriented commercial development represents the beginning of a slippery slope that threatens the natural beauty and environmental and property values of the village. For these and various other reasons, the citizens and residents of Skokie disagree with this development, as is clear. I urge you, as trustees tasked with representing the wishes and best interests of our collective community, to continue to listen to Skokie and vote down this issue. Thank you.
My name is Callie Folk, and I am a 19-year resident. I moved here when I was 5. I'm not going to talk about the birds, but I just want to remind all of you that you are elected. You work for us. I know not that many people tend to vote in local elections, which is why I also want to say that more people signed the petition against Carvana than each of you got votes last election. And listen,
Come on.
I know not all of them live in Skokie, but
Wait, just one second. Let's give the lady some respect and let her speak.
Oh, I felt very respected by that.
That's fine. I want to hear what you have to say. Please, thank you.
Okay. Okay, so I know not all of them live in Skokie, but if even a fraction of them voted in the next election against you, you would probably lose. And that would make a lot of difference in a small local election. I know that I personally would campaign against any trustee who votes yes tonight on this proposal. And for the new trustees, you could end up being a one-termer if you vote the wrong way on this. I have a long memory, and I'm sure a lot of people here do too. So let's say this motion passes. You get temporary satisfaction of feeling like you did something good for your community. But come next election, you could be out of a job. Finally, Carvana says that they modified the plan to respond to community concerns. I know this isn't true because they are still here presenting it. I've lived here since 2003. I'm a member of the community. I don't claim to speak for anyone else here, but I don't want them here. And I'm sure I'm not the only person who feels that way, clearly. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Lori Kaplan. I'm a village resident and a retired village employee. Hi. 17 years in animal control. I'm well acquainted with the problem of bird strikes. I'm going to read to you from Chris Shepard. He's the director of the Glass Collisions Program at the American Bird Conservancy. He says, on behalf of the American Bird Conservancy, I am writing to express the highest level of concern about the proposed Skokie, Illinois Carvana Tower. This structure, if not remediated, is likely to kill thousands of birds every year, birds that we cannot afford to lose. In addition to their intrinsic value, birds contribute many billions of dollars each year in ecological services to the human economy, including control of pest insects, regeneration of habitat, pollination, and waste disposal. Avian populations have recently been shown to be in steep decline, and many of the forces killing our birds are unfortunately combined in the design and location of the Carvana Tower, which you all know. I know I'm repeating issues you've heard before. I wrote this before coming here, so I want to thank the trustees very much for their action, Trustee Kuhn and Sucker, especially for inserting language that increases the lights out, and for Carvana's agreement to that. That makes a difference, but the glass should still be covered 100% because it is a cube. So this decision could have one of two results. Either let the proposal go forward as stands and kill countless birds, or correct this error in favor of the birds and the environment as a whole by either requiring the maximum possible amount of bird strike mitigation materials and strategies are complied with, or by canceling the tower on Woods Drive altogether. No other building is made of 100% glass walls on all four sides. It's not comparable to other more conventional structures. Such extreme structures should have appropriate regulation. There are many powerful reasons why the tower should not be built as proposed, and I know you'll be hearing them tonight, so I will leave many reasons to be expressed by others here. What I would like you to consider is, how would you like the name of Skokie to be remembered? This town is already in the history books, and it's a history we can all be proud of. What will be written in the next chapter? That Skokie demonstrated its leadership in environmental responsibility and took a principled stand by doing the right thing during a critical moment in Earth's history? Or that Skokie failed the challenge and migratory birds were decimated as a demonstrably and tragically preventable result? You can see that this issue has gotten a lot of attention. Whatever you decide, history really is watching. Please vote nay. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Roy Ng. I've been a Skokie resident over many decades. And unlike the other guy, I've actually don't know any of you. I've never been in this chamber before, so I might be a little nervous. But I wanted to come up here because I wanted to talk about, bring up something that I haven't really heard anyone else talk about, which is that Harms Flatwoods, just across the street from the proposed site, was designated an Illinois Nature Preserve. And this is a thing of, I guess it's a state thing. It's like an Illinois Department of Natural Resources, I think. But what does it say to the people who worked on that, the Illinois Nature Preserves Commission? And, you know, as you can see, there's been a lot of interest. What does it say to the people that have come here tonight? To all the people that have, you know, sent in comments over email. I'd like the trustees to think about if there have been any other issues that have come, you know, across their desks that have attracted so much attention and so much feeling. So like I said, I've never been here before. It's kind of interesting to see how the sausage is made. But there's some concerning things which I think people have touched on, which is like, so I saw on YouTube, I discovered that Skokie has a Sustainability and Environmental Advisory Commission, or Committee. And I was, you know, watching them on YouTube the other day, and there are a lot of impassioned people, committed people, and I felt some frustration coming from a lot of them. So, I mean, what does it say to them if they get no input into this, which is what it sounds like. It sounds like they weren't allowed to vote on this because it wasn't on their agenda, which seems kind of like, a shady thing. So, and they're working for Skokie, they're part of Skokie's, one of their committees. So I guess I don't understand, like I said, I don't really understand the process. I understand that Carvana got, quite a few minutes to talk. And I'm glad that the people from Optima also got a lot of time to talk. Thank God that they have a stake in this. If they weren't there, then I don't even know, if the people concerned with the environment, with the bird strikes, would even be here, except as part of, piecemeal 3 minutes at a time speeches. So that's a little concerning. So I want the trustees to kind of take a look at all that. Thanks.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Joan Hakimi. Bear with me, I wasn't planning to speak, so I don't have a prepared statement, but after all I've heard, I felt compelled to put my 2 cents in. I'm a clinical psychologist, and I've had an office in Skokie for 26 years. I'm also a former 30-year resident of Skokie. So my office overlooks the new car wash and gas station on Skokie Boulevard. I heard from a member of the Planning Commission when that was being discussed that it would be pretty. It's not pretty. And my office faces the bright lights and the glare, and I hear the noise from the car wash, and it's very disruptive to my work and to my clients. But I understand and I accept that, first of all, I can move my office, but also I understand Skokie needs a car wash, and Skokie needs gas stations, and Skokie needs a convenience store, and I see the benefit to the community of that structure, even though personally I don't like it. But I find it really hard to understand why Skokie needs a Carvana car vending machine. And the more I've heard tonight, the more I realize that the only benefit to this tower is to the Carvana company. I don't see any benefit to Skokie. Not to the birds, not to Optima, not to visitors, to the Holocaust Museum, not to anybody driving down the Edens Expressway looking at those glaring lights. And I find it I understand there's an economic issue, but I find it really hard to believe that there is no other project that would be appropriate for that site. Seems like desirable real estate. As the governing body for the village of Skokie, you're charged with ensuring its economic health. You're also charged with ensuring the quality of life for the people who live and work in this village. If you vote yes for this tower, I know you believe there's economic benefit. That sounds questionable, but even assuming that that's true, you're responding to one part of your charge. If you approve this project, you're completely ignoring a really, really important part of what people who voted you in have charged you with, which is ensuring that the residents of this village live in an environment that's safe and attractive and ensures a quality of life. And I urge you, please vote no. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Yisrael Ebert. I'm a resident at Optima Building. I'm here, was mentioned about process violations, and I could say I, for one, have experienced it and I think been firsthand a lot of the process violations that have been going on so far. But that's one issue. In terms of due diligence, I did want to bring this attention to the Board of Trustees that there has been no due diligence done. We've done Freedom of Information Act requests and turned up 700 pages of documents so far. it's very clear in the communication that the plan commission, the recommendations, everything that's been going on, the staff report, staff recommendation was crafted under the advice and consent of Carvana. There's been significant collusion, significant concessions made. I mean, it's just wild. So in this dispute between us as villagers and Carvana, the village has not been a fair party here, and they've not done any due diligence. There's been a lot of things, reimagining clauses in the covenant that governs the property. There's been all kinds of concessions. I mean, it's wild. So I wanted to bring that to your attention, because I think that is very concerning, that this sort of thing, no diligence is going on. There's significant. One of the things that I would say is that the village staff numerous times offered to run the language by the Carvana attorneys. The way the Plan Commission hearings were conducted were based on what they wanted. They gave all the way it should be handled. They also they had the Plan Commissioners be informed about certain legal interpretations. So they had the village staff go and ask them, inform the commissioners, telling them this is right, this is how it should be done, this is how the law is, and it was all based on what Carvana wanted them to do. So there's significant issues. There's hundreds of documents. We've delved into it, and I just want you to be aware, because it's very concerning when you have a situation like that. Thank you.
My name is Heath, and today, while I was getting ready for school, a bird hit my window, and it was like a small window. So, like, imagine a giant window, like, on 4 sides, the Carvana building, that's way bigger. Like, imagine how many birds are gonna hit that. And my house is a 1-story house, so when it hit the window, it fell like a foot to the ground. If it hits, like, the 13th or 12th story, it's gonna fall a long way down and splat on the ground. So it'll be like 100% death. So, yeah, vote no. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, hello, my name's Elise Morantz. I know a lot of people have already talked about a lot of other things, so I'm just gonna try to highlight some other points maybe that weren't discussed. First off, I was gonna congratulate Carvana for their successful business plan until I heard Optima's exposure and some other people who spoke, and so financially, it sounds like a great thing for Skokie, but after that, maybe not so much. But the point of me bringing that up was to kind of ask you not to be a sellout of your dignity and travel the path of doing the right thing for so many of the reasons brought up today. I did want to bring up, too, that Carvana chose the bird mitigation company of Paul Grollo, who, when I looked that company up, joined the company only in 2018. And his self-proclaimed description of himself is 20 years of experience in product development, brand management, and sales. Paul's experience stems from a wide range of industries, from sport to outdoor, fitness, and marine. His ability to establish and nurture relationship with clients, colleagues, suppliers, and various manufacturers have proved essential to his success. So I don't hear anything about birds or the environment or nature. In the very last sentence, like maybe the last 3 words, he brings up bird, helping wildlife. So very business-sided. Maybe that's why they chose him. Carvana also brought up the point that they showed a slide where every other surrounding community has no mitigation in their bird clauses. No, right? Remember that slide? But I'd like to remind you all, too, that not even 5, maybe 10 years ago, there was no clauses on non-smoking buildings, and now that's taken over. Just because we've done the wrong thing in the past doesn't mean that we can't do the right thing today and be like the first to step up when it comes to doing the right thing for nature and mitigating for birds. And on that point, I am here to speak for the voiceless because those birds and wildlife can't speak for themselves at all. And I appeal to your compassion, your empathy, and that deep desire deep down inside of all of us to do the right thing over the financial thing, which sounds like it might not pan out like it originally was thought. But choose humanity and kindness over finances, and please vote no for the Carvana Tower.
Good evening. My name is Charlie Sachs. I'm an 18-year resident of Skokie. I'm also a member of the Sustainable Environment Advisory Commission. And like many of you, I share the disappointment and concern about the lack of adequate consideration for environmental concerns with this project. But I'm going to speak more as a resident, and like many residents in Skokie, I am mystified that the proposal for the Carvana vending machine has received approvals from the Skokie Plan Commission and is getting serious consideration from the village board. It is such a bad idea at this location. It is such a bad idea on so many levels that it has been hard to encapsulate my thoughts concisely until I read a Twitter post from John Greenfield from Streets Blog Chicago. In the post, Greenfield says, "I assumed it was a The Onion-like spoof, but it's real. Oh well, maybe it will sort of replace the Berwyn spike." As people, if they're not familiar, the Berwyn spindle was a spindle with cars that were impaled in the middle of a parking lot. As John Greenfield is suggesting, this project has the potential to become an icon for the absurd, such as the Berwyn spindle, or the Hamden, Connecticut ghost parking lot, or the Pittsfield, Massachusetts parking shipwreck. Imagine Skokie joining that lineup as a town with a car vending machine in the forest preserve. A 14-story beaming, befuddling bemusement for thousands of motorists on the Edens Expressway. In addition to killing birds and degrading our urban ecosystem, this project is bludgeoning the village's reputation. If the Carvana project is seen as economic development, consider the damage to Skokie's brand in that equation. The Carvana project would be worse than a squandered opportunity of a prime parcel adjacent to two high-value developments and across the street from a marvelous public natural resource. It risks significant denigration of the community. It is clear that the village needs to step back, pause, and ask, what are we trying to build here? Are we leveraging our many assets and attributes to add value to a healthy, vital, viable community? Or are we debasing ourselves into a carnival of absurd for some nominal revenue expediency? What is the brand we want to build? Let us take a step forward to creating lasting value in our community and vote no to the Carvana project. Thank you.
Hello. My name is Hillary Hunter. I'm a 33-year resident of Skokie. Originally from New York City, I moved to Chicago, but I relocated here because I raised 5 children in a multiracial family, and I was convinced that Skokie had a friendly environment. It had green space, it had good schools. That really appealed to me. Upon moving here, I learned quickly that this was one of the first municipalities in the country to outlaw indoor smoking. I was even more proud that I lived in Skokie. I wish I could say that tonight. As a recently retired social worker, I have to say that although I appreciate the concern about the birds, and I appreciate the disdain for this large vertical billboard that Carvana will be setting up in Skokie, and I agree with the last speaker, it just kind of makes a joke. From now on, all my friends who visit from Wisconsin will be saying, oh, that's a town with Carvana, right? I know where the Carvana exit is, blah, blah, blah. I think it's really a poor choice of spot, and it's not based on solid research, as the person from Optima pointed out. As a social worker, I have taken young people and mature people, adults, through, and I hope that Ms. Suter can appreciate this, as a fellow social worker, through harms, biking, hiking, and it's been an amazing healer of stress, anxiety, depression, not just the birds, but the whole environment. But the problem is, Harms Woods is an ecosystem, And so you can't just kind of ignore the fact that some of the birds might die and not pay attention to how that will affect the entire environment. The last part, I don't mean to be insulting, but I am a senior Caucasian person, of course, and I try really hard to listen to young people in my community and my family so I can hear what the pulse is. If Greta Thunberg was here right now, she would be furious. She'd be unable to contain herself. I do not think it's appropriate for you to tell us to calm down when we feel so moved on this issue, because what we're expressing is a sense of immediacy around this. I would encourage you as a board, now I'm not familiar with this setting, but let me just say before I close that I understand there's this caucus, Skokie caucus, and that most of you are a member of it. I would just like to ask you to remember what it felt like when the Republicans during the last presidency were knee-jerk in concert on every bill that the leader asked them to, and I'd like you to respond to this vote independently and based on your conscience. That's all I ask. Thank you.
My name is Lauren Grodnicki. I've lived in Skokie for 12 years. I did not come prepared to speak, but during the presentations by Carvana and Optima, I took a lot of notes, and a lot of the things I was going to say have already been said by the other speakers, so I'll try to skim through and cut things out. One of the things, though, that I'd like to point out is that I found Carvana's presentation to be disingenuous and to draw false equivalences. They tried to phrase the objection to the Carvana tower as people not wanting change or not wanting Carvana. But it's not about that, and it's not what about the zoning is. It's about what the zoning should be. The zones were created before most people really started thinking about environmental issues. If Carvana were asking to put the tower somewhere else, I think most of us wouldn't be here. So it's not about change. And then they also compared it to the Optima building and said, oh, well, Optima doesn't have any bird collision mitigation. But the Optima building has blinds behind a lot of the windows, and the birds can see that you can't just fly straight through, as someone else tried to point out, or did point out in a better way. I don't see any reason why, if you did decide to go with the Carvana Tower, why they couldn't put the dots all the way up the building. I don't see how that would hurt people seeing their gimmick vending machine, which, I mean, they basically admitted that it's just a gimmick. If they're really interested in selling cars, they don't need a 140-foot glass cube. And then they talked about external lighting. We're not concerned about the external lighting. We're concerned about the internal lighting, which is attracting the birds to fly into the glass that they can't actually see. I also wonder how much of Carvana's recent growth over the last 2 years is because the pandemic sent people to buying things online. So with all other things being equal, had the pandemic not come through, how much growth would they have seen? I doubt very seriously that it would be as much as they have seen. And I think that you just made this investment in Old Orchard, assuming that people are going to go back to buying things in person once everybody's comfortable shopping in person again. That would hurt Carvana's revenue. So I think if you approve this plan, you'll be telling the residents of Skokie that you don't care about our opinions, you don't care about our quality of life, you don't care about the environment, all you care about is making money. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Rachel Van Hoos. I'm a resident of Skokie and a parent, and we visit Harms Woods and the Skokie Lagoons many times a week. I'm a big kayaker. Guess I'm one of the bird folks, but I'm shocked that I learned more from the public comments here than the 170-some page agenda and attached documents, the independent investigation. I didn't realize that, our own sustainability and environmental, commissioner had to come and make a public comment that they didn't have a vote on this. A lot of shocking things. I didn't know this was the tallest one that was to be built.
How dare you? How dare you place it in the middle of our woods in our community? An obelisk to capitalism is obnoxious. A very new boss of mine, I work in Sauganash, he lives in the west suburbs. I don't know him very well, but we brought this up, and he said about the Carvana Tower in Oak Brook, it's an obscene blue tower, and you can't unsee it. Anybody seen that Seinfeld, the Kenny Rogers Roasters? Right? Like you put that next to the Optima and the Holocaust Museum, it's just disrespectful. But I would like to call out Carvana as just being a garbage company, as is Everbridge, as is Silver Lake. So they're based out of Arizona, owned by Ernie Garcia III and his dad, the major investment shareholder, right? Ernie II, who's been convicted of bank fraud way back. His first company was called Ugly Duckling. Then he went private, stay under the radar. You can just go look on the Security Exchange Commission of all of the insider trading he did in the tens of millions every single day. And he finally stopped in August when it started making news in Forbes and all of those, Wall Street Journal. Everbridge is their financing company based out of Arizona. Silver Rock is their warranty company based out of Arizona. All you have to do is take one night online and go look at reviews for these companies. They range from people saying, this is the worst business experience I've had in my life, to people saying that they've been traumatized, had their lives, disrupted, couldn't take their kids places, couldn't go to work. We all know delivery dates are delayed over and over and over again, that they're being sued in multiple states, a federal case in Pennsylvania, 6 months. They haven't had their license in North Carolina, pending their license being taken in Florida at the end of June, an $850,000 settlement in the state of California with 4 counties where they weren't holding license. This is beyond problematic and will only become more problematic. This is not a match.
Good evening. My name is Terry Radke, and while I'm not a resident of Skokie, I am a big fan. I shop here and I work here, and I've always been very impressed with the quality of life in the village and the job that you all do to ensure that quality of life. I can't say that I'm a fan of Carvana. I will say that they do think they have a really great idea. And like many great ideas, once they actually meet reality, they can suddenly not look so great when you start to see their impacts. And one of the gentlemen from Carvana said that he didn't have any other problem in any other market other than Chicago, and that he had not gotten this kind of response from the community. But I can assure you that in all those other markets, there are birds. I can also assure you that they are impacted by those buildings. I have personally seen that impact. I've been a Chicago bird collision monitor for over 15 years. That's over 30 migration seasons. And I have personally picked up at least 2,000 birds with my hands from buildings like Carvana with lights and glass. And all of those architects thought they had really great ideas too. But we're starting to see that there are better ideas out there, that the template for building with lights and glass is not the only way to go. A lot of young architects, if you look at the architecture now, it is changing, and it's based on the last 40 years of a very young science that started with a few scientists looking at the impacts of collisions and glass collision and lights. And it has grown to hundreds and thousands of studies about the impacts of light and glass on birds. I am, as I said, a big fan of Skokie, and I really hope that you take a look at this very seriously and decide whether this is really a development that will benefit your community. I think that you can do better. I think you can have a better idea. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Stephanie Polka. I am reading a statement from my sister who had to walk off. So she says that the residents of Optima and their peaceful neighborhood could never have expected such a structure as their neighbor because it's not permitted within the current zoning of that district. And that tower doesn't belong there. The area is a peaceful area of remembrance with the Holocaust Museum. A glass display case of cars with what is essentially a billboard on top doesn't belong there. There are no billboards on the Edens, as already has been said, and the sign code helps keep it that way. Decades ago, a gardening club lobbied municipalities along the North Shore to enter ordinances to prevent a sea of billboards along the Edens Expressway that is surrounded by our precious forest preserves. Twisting the sign code to allow Carvana to put up their advertising gimmick along the Edens is against the spirit of what they set out to do before I was born. Me too. In not disrupting the pristine forest preserves with a sea of billboards. That tower doesn't belong there. I didn't know any of these things before January 6th. I didn't either, neither did she. When I started this position, I knew that an all-glass, lit-up, 135-foot tower at the foot of Harm's Flatwoods would be a death tower to the birds, and that you have to consider the environmental impact of such a development decisions. As this has dragged on with pitiful mitigation offered, I've learned more, and I went from feeling the best I could hope for less than 4 weeks ago was proper bird mitigation to match the threat level and the proposed location. But in passing this petition, I've learned a lot of things, and that tower just doesn't belong there. The other thing I'll say is that, after listening to the residents for like the last hour voting, talking about their opinions, there's been a lot of things that have been discussed. A lot of points as far as, even not having the independent research. You have Carvana giving you research. What research do you guys have that's independent of that? Anybody can twist research in any way. If you're trying to sell a product to somebody, you're going to present it in a way that's favorable. So you have the questionable financial impact that you're going to have. You have the environmental impact which is questionable. You have the residents telling you, both from Optima and from further away, telling you that it's questionable. I don't see how this can pass if you're truly listening to the voice of your constituents. Thank you.
Hello there, my name is Jim Barnard. I have been here since 1978. I am over 70 years old. It's safe to say I've used a vending machine a few times in my life. I like vending machines. It's a very simple transaction. You look at it, you see if it's got what you want in it, you put your money in, you push a button, you get it, and you leave. I've had that happen most of my experiences with vending machines. So I'm not arguing with the concept of a vending machine. Most of the conversation tonight has been on what we don't like about Carvana's proposal. Why don't we tell them what we would like? I have a suggestion. Let them put the thing right where they want to put it, tear out the parking lot, make a big hole, put an underground park in there, just like Grant Park. Cover the top of it with dirt and make a beautiful park out of it. Everybody's happy. You can still sell your cars. It won't make a bit of difference whether they're above ground or below ground. They still have to come out. Okay? That's one other way we could look at the problem. Please, let's offer some constructive comments, some other things that they could do instead of just saying how terrible this one is. Thank you.
Hello, I really appreciate, ladies and gentlemen, that you've let everyone speak tonight. That really is quite an honor to do it. I'm Amy Lardner. I'm a master naturalist volunteer trained by the University of Illinois, Cook County Extension. And as such, I felt moved, I didn't plan to speak, but to talk about the history of the forest preserves. The village of Skokie shares with the rest of us in Cook County 70,000 acres of wonderful land that is proven to be of recreational value to all walks of life, all levels and status of income. And I looked up a bit of the history here. Dwight Perkins and Jens Jensen fought passionately to create in the plan of the Burnham Plan this preservation of the land to benefit all of the residents of Cook County. And they recognized that this was a tough battle against the rampant rising industrialization. It took 15 years for Dwight Perkins to get the approval for the forest preserve to be created. And it was the first in the country, the forest preserve system here in Cook County. It's very famous and very historic. On the walls of one of the lodges in the Cook County Forest Preserves is this quotation from famous naturalist Aldo Leopold. You may know him from the Sand County Almanac. He wrote, "A thing is right only when it tends to preserve the integrity, stability, and beauty of the community. And the community includes the soil, water, fauna, and flora, as well as people." I think these are concepts that are greater than whether or not Carvana is a viable concept. One of the questions that we face, one of the existential threats that we all face in this time, is what are we going to do to preserve the natural areas that are under threat? And I think by positioning commercial property such as this next to one of our valuable forest preserves that were very important to all of us and to all of our health, this is a curious precedent to set, especially in these times. Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Rebecca Shields, and I do not like microphones, so my voice might quiver a little bit because I feel like everyone's looking at me. I have worked in wildlife conservation for over 15 years in various fields, including zookeeping. I've worked at humane societies, in nature centers, at nature museums, and in my favorite field, conservation education. I wasn't planning to speak, but I feel like I have enough credibility that my voice is worthy. When I present information to people, I try to lead with empathy, because the thing about conservation and education in general is that people don't know what they don't know, right? So it's always kind to lead with empathy and understanding that the person that you're talking to on the other end might not be in the same position that you're in, so be kind. Fortunately, you have tons of experts here. So now you know. Glass buildings kill birds. It's now in your hands and in your hearts to do better. By the way, I've heard people continually saying, or several times tonight saying, other towns don't have this, other jurisdictions don't have that. Statements like these are only excuses that people use to feel better about their skewed moral compasses. Let's also consider our children. The decisions we make as a society and the decisions you make as a board affect them, and it shows them exactly where the bar is in matters of importance. Ignoring our ecosystem and the lives of animals ensures that you're saying that you do not care about the world they will inherit. One of the most heartbreaking things to see as a wildlife educator is when an innocent child gets their spark of joy, wonder, and curiosity dismissed because the adults around them have lost their ability to look up and truly see the beauty of the world. Working with wildlife, I've seen a lot of life and a lot of death. Since I've started volunteering with bird collision monitors, I'll tell you I have never seen anything like it. It's overwhelming. The sheer ability of that many numbers of birds and species that die in front of your eyes. I've said several times, like since moving to Chicago and volunteering for them, we should just leave them there. We should just leave them there. And you guys would be overwhelmed at the amount of dead birds on the ground because of the sheer amount of buildings and glass structures that they fly into. It's alarming. Come volunteer. Seriously, come volunteer. Be on the hotline. Like, be a part of it. Everyone should be an environmentalist. Oh, and the last thing. Oh, well, bird strike is a crisis. I think I've made my point on that. Mayor, earlier you said, we're not saving the world tonight. I truly, truly encourage you to rethink that statement and understand that global change always starts locally in places like Skokie.
Thank you.
You are changing the world.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Good evening. As a person who grew up in this town near the corner
May we have your
of
name?
Craig Horowitz, who grew up in 9133 Kedvale, near the corner of Church and Kedvale, I can tell you that I drive by this site 12 times a day, in the daylight and at night. I visited the site. I well understand as a business owner why Carvana would like the eyeballs that this site can provide. However, what I don't find appealing is the level of respect that this village is going to give the people who spent thousands of dollars buying a condo at a facility that now are going to have to look to the east, to the north actually, and see this at night and during the day. I can tell you that there's got to be other ways to generate revenue than to disrespect your residents. And one of the devices I use on a regular basis in Cook County and where I live is this. And this is what's called the money faucet. When a village needs more money, typically what they do is they turn on the faucet and they raise taxes and they get it from the residents. In this particular case, I think what you're doing here is something that's driven by revenue. I hope that you do the right thing and look past revenue and see the respect of the village, the respect of the residents, and find some other way to generate revenue and turn on the money faucet. And I hope tonight you do the right thing and vote no. Thank you. And on one other comment, Carvana has a facility on Rand Road in Mount Prospect. It doesn't have a tower. It's been there for a year. I'm sure if you look at the majority of their sites, there's probably no tower, and they're able to conduct their business without it. I think that if that might be a compromise, that might be something to consider. No tower, but still have the facility there. Thank you for your time.
Hello, my name is Matthew Girabach. I kind of have a weird background, which drove me into finding interest in both sides of the argument. I am a project manager for a commercial electrical contractor, so I review projects like this every single day. I look at blueprints like this every single day. But before I was doing that, I was a professional zookeeper. I have a background in zoological sciences. I have a degree in it. Public speaking is different though. Unfortunately, I do not have case studies to support my views and my stance. I can only speak regarding my experience in the construction industry and the conservation industry. I would like to reiterate a point the Optima representatives mentioned regarding construction. Many global and national companies are often referred to as enterprise-level companies. It is common for enterprise-level companies to work with architects, general contractors, and specialty contractors that travel across the United States for their projects. I believe Carvana mentioned this is a $16 million build for them, roughly. I would view them as an enterprise-level contractor if they were approaching me at the company I work with. I would be under the impression that they would be using out-of-state contractors, because are they more likely to hire someone here they've never worked with, or someone that travels to their projects that they worked with in Phoenix, California, Florida, wherever it may be? It makes more sense to do that. But in doing so, we also lose potential revenue or taxes right out of the gates, not just what their sales are going to do. So although they say they're investing in the community, that's one of the first opportunities to do so, by hiring local contractors. Sorry. I can't unlock my phone. The mask on. Another thing is bird rehabilitation. If you've ever been a part of it, it is exhausting. I see time and time again, my partner brings home birds as a part of the bird monitoring group. She sets alarms all throughout the night to help care for these hatchlings that would otherwise die. And she's just one of many people that do this. No profits, no benefits, just for the greater good, to benefit the communities around here, the environment, and our children. By putting up a structure like this and listening to what other experts have said, we risk losing things for our future. A simple decision tonight might seem simple, but it could have great implications down the line. So before voting yes, I'd consider more studies, more research.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We have motions on the floor, comments by members of the board, and then we will vote. Trustee Johnson?
Yeah, just a few final things. So first of all, I just want to say we serve as representatives of the people of Skokie. At our best, we're advocates for the people. The people of Skokie overwhelmingly, can y'all hear me? This is not a project that is supported by Skokie residents. The thing I really want to talk about is environmental sustainability. The village of Skokie is in the process of revising its 5-year sustainability plan. We are in the process of creating a new chapter of our comprehensive plan to focus on sustainability. And we are also kind of on the verge of signing on to the climate action plan for the Chicago region. So this is a big year for sustainability in Skokie. We have an obligation to make sure that our commitment that we are expressing to sustainability really lines up with our actions. I've been keeping a list for the last few weeks of the environmental organizations that have reached out to the village board expressing concerns or outright opposition to this project. We have heard from the Illinois Department of Natural Resources, the Illinois Nature Preserves Commission, the Sierra Club Chicago Group, the American Bird Conservancy, the Chicago Ornithological Society, the Chicago Audubon Society, the Chicago Bird Collision Monitors, Go Green Skokie, Go Green Wilmette, Friends of the Forest Preserves, Evanston North Shore Bird Club, Citizens Greener Evanston, Natural Habitat Evanston, Bird Friendly Evanston. We have heard from science professors at Northwestern, at DePaul, at Loyola, at National Louis University, and at Roosevelt University. By my count, at least 8 of our 12 sustainability commissioners have voiced opposition to this project. And lastly, yesterday we received a letter from Deborah Shore, who is a Skokie resident, but is also the current head of the Environmental Protection Agency's Midwest region. She said this tower would be, quote, a blight on the landscape, quote, equivalent to an illegal billboard along the Edens Expressway, and, quote, not in keeping with Skokie's values. I'm going to read you 2 sentences that she wrote us, and then I'll end. She said, birds and other affected creatures don't have a representative at planning or zoning meetings. We are the proxy votes for nature, those of us in public service, and it's important to be mindful of that when difficult decisions are made. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Does anybody else have it? Trustee Robinson.
Thank you. I prepared a statement, so just bear with me. First, I'd like to thank the Plan Commission under the leadership of Paul Luke for their arduous work with Carvana, the many thoughtful meetings, constant study, and task of negotiating a plan that meets all village codes, ordinances, and concessions for being a good neighbor. I also like to thank the village staff, especially Matt Brandmeier, for ensuring compliance and work on the project, because it is through the good work of all the commissions and staff to get a proposal that we as a board can eventually support. Secondly, I'd like to thank the residents of Skokie for using your voice, informing your neighbors about the project, for signing petitions, even the youth, sending your emails and social media postings that have kept this project front and centered. Many of you know that I am an educator, lifelong, deeply understand the concept of critical analysis, data collection, and I also recognize the danger in their single story. When critically engaged in issues, I look to understand multiple perspectives by gathering data, including multiple voices, and when necessary, seek ways to resolve compromise issues when they are discovered. I believe that's the fair and equitable thing to do. What I've learned about this particular project, there are many passionate people in this community really interested about preserving the life of birds and minimizing bird strikes and glass structures. I've learned that this region, in the Chicagoland area, is along the path of migratory birds called the Mississippi Flyway, which ushers approximately 5 million birds from Canada to South America. I also learned about bird-friendly glass and the recommended patterns that may reduce bird strikes. I also learned about the migratory seasons in the fall and spring and understand the science, or better understand the science, and recommendations about the impact of night lights and nocturnal bird travel. So in reading the many emails, there have been some emergent themes that have risen to the top. One is concerns about the bird strikes, especially during migration seasons. 2, the proximity to the protected harm's wood. And 3, the glass structure with lights, which may contribute to bird strikes. So in addition to reading the emails and talking with the neighbors, I had the opportunity to further collect information by talking with the president of the Condo Association at Optima to better understand the concerns as he represents the building. What were those concerns, you may ask? Bird strikes, the impact of the structure's lights, in addition to the frequency of delivery and pickups of the cars throughout the day that may impact the residents in the towers. In this same virtual meeting, I met with Annette Prince, the director of the Chicago Bird Collision Monitors, who also had major concerns about bird strikes and gave recommendations to mitigate it. Those recommendations supported bird-friendly glass and addressing the structure's lights by turning them off during the migration season and other light reduction efforts. Also met with executives at Carvana to better understand their efforts with sustainability, safety and security, delivery and pickup plan, to inquire about the response to the emails of concerns about mitigation efforts of bird strikes, and being a good neighbor. Their response, agreeing to approximately 64 feet of bird-friendly glass instead of the initial 54, to honor all requests of lighting, including today's new condition of turning off all lights during migration periods, as Trustee Sucker presented earlier, and rerouting initial truck routes and revealing an average about 4 to 6 trips daily during 7 a.m. and p.m., and potential spikes during the sales peak month after tax season. Finally, I met with my colleague, Trustee James Johnson, who was interested in learning my position and also providing me with his concerns surrounding the sustainability efforts and appropriateness of the location of the project. So I did have some wonderings, like what other structures have been inspired or which have inspired bird advocates in the Chicago and Skokie area. What other structures have a high standard of bird mitigation? I wondered if Carvana will set and lead a new standard of bird mitigation efforts in the village, state, and the nation. Will this set a new standard for residential homes and buildings moving forward? I, for one, have certainly had bird strikes in my own home a couple of times a month. So all in all, I learned that this problem is bigger than this project in Skokie. The state of Illinois doesn't have statutes that address the reduction of bird mitigation or strikes. Furthermore, it's a national concern. So with all the glass structures in this area and other state and national municipalities, there must be a plan to prioritize bird strikes and mitigation efforts. So I did want to give a shout out to Denise Stonebeck, our state rep, who has started this work by proposing an amendment to state wildlife law for buildings built after March 1st to limit unnecessary light between midnight and 7 a.m. during migration season. So I am interested in supporting and participating in any study with bird strike mitigation in the future projects in Skokie moving forward to do our part in the collective effort to support the movement. So I do take my position as village trustee solemnly. I may not get it right every time, but you can be rest assured that I've done my due diligence and my homework in the most critical way. I trust my colleagues who sit here today with me. I do not count how many voices of yes and no they have cast in the past, because I believe that they have done their due diligence to represent the people and not politicize this most special gift of being an elected official in the village of Skokie. Thank you.
Thank you. The first vote is on Plan Commission Case 2021-24P, Zoning Chapter Amendment. Call the roll, please.
Trustee Sutker.
Thank you all for being here, for participating. I do think that the Village of Skokie, Carvana, and the community stakeholders have set an example on how to create economic development and be sensitive to the environment and residents. This is bigger than just voting yes or no. It is also about the process. I respect the process. I am aware that this proposal looks very different tonight and even had more changes tonight for this vote than the original proposal due to the work by the village staff, board members, the Plan Commission, Carvana, and the community stakeholders. I don't understand how any board member could publicly announce how they were voting before tonight's meeting without even knowing the motion on the floor. Thank you to the Plan Commission and Appearance Commission. Thank you to everyone for your input. We are glad that you all participated in this important process. As part of the process, I have done my due diligence. I have met with representatives of Optima, Bird Collision Monitors, and Carvana, reviewed staff materials, read all your public comments, and done research on my own. I have lost sleep over this issue. I was surprised to find out through my individual discussions that people weren't being told the facts and the changes in the proposal. As I said before, this property will be developed. The property is zoned OR, Office and Research, which means that currently, without any board approval or input from the community, a high-intensity glass office building, glass hotel, glass senior living facility, or residential development could be developed on this land. I hope and expect that this robust discussion will prompt changes in the future. I need to vote based on whether this is a reasonable land use and whether mitigations were put in place. I vote aye.
Trustee Robinson.
Aye.
Trustee Kuhn.
As an elected official, I consider myself to be a public servant. I take this role very seriously. No matter what my personal opinions, I would never make a decision until I've weighed in on all sides of the issue. As a resident, it would be easy for me to say no. Don't build Carvana here. But in my official role as trustee, the issue is more nuanced. I must be willing to hear all sides, consider the facts presented before us, and consider the policy implications for the village because this ultimately affects the viability of our community. I've heard arguments from multiple perspectives. To prematurely decide an issue before it's even presented to us, I would be undermining our entire process of governance. It is disingenuous and disrespectful to our honest, hardworking staff, the commissioners, who commit and volunteer their time to weigh in on difficult decisions, and hearing public comments up until the very last moment. I thank you for being here tonight. I thank you for sharing your passion and bringing your children with you as well. Trustee Johnson earns free media coverage nearly every time he says no against an issue. In the meanwhile, the rest of us as trustees operate by a different code of conduct. I won't take a position. I won't take a position until we have all the information presented before us. I won't play politics when our decisions impact the people of this community. We are being painted as being non-responsive to the concerns of the community. It's an unfair depiction based on a one-sided narrative.
Everybody, you may not agree with somebody, give them the respect that you've been given. Thank you.
I'm a strong believer of process. Before an issue makes its way to the board, the expectation is that it's undergone rigorous vetting by staff, consultants, commissioners, legal, and public feedback to earn our vote. There is a reason why these systems are put in place. Public discourse is good. A healthy discussion can spark debate and offer multiple perspectives, especially on a difficult and impactful issue. Good government requires strong leadership, accountability, and transparency. It requires the participation of engaged people. Beware the single-story narrative, however. It is dangerous and only offers one perspective. In today's complex world, we need to be willing to listen to different perspectives in order to gain a more nuanced understanding of the issue. It is the people's responsibility to fact-check when the independent voice does not play by the same rules and cannot be held accountable by its own peers. Our words and actions are continuously manipulated with half-truths that weave a single narrative and move an outside political agenda forward. This is not our first time or issue where we have stayed silent while my fellow trustee would rather play politics than to sit down and work together. His intent to undermine the very people sitting on this board today and our current system of government, it feels a bit familiar to me. In the course of raising awareness for the Carvana proposal, this issue became highly politicized. Many political alliances were made. In particular, it has been used as a tool to leverage political gain by Trustee Johnson to question the very difficult work and position we are in. The integrity of the entire board has been questioned by an individual who, in his zealousness, selectively presents the facts that further his story and has disrespected the work of this board. Not once did he try to engage with us in any meaningful way. He presents himself as the lone savior. He reached out only after questioning our voting record and our integrity on social media. To me, this is all performative and undermines his fellow colleagues and our vote in this matter. He was once quoted as saying he will liberate our voices as an independent candidate. Intentional or not, these words are harmful.
Yeah, I mean, are we supposed to stick to the issue? I have a question. Aren't we supposed to stick to the issue? What does this have to do with Carvana? None of you called anyone back. Nobody. Anybody hear from any of them? No, I'll walk out. Total bullshit.
Goodbye.
Total bullshit.
Thank you.
You're disparaging someone from that place.
Just say yes or no if you're in favor.
Yeah, say yes or no.
She can say what she has the floor. What she's done, then the next person will talk. Sir.
Thank you. It is offensive to me as a woman and person of color to hear that a white man intends to liberate me. I don't need a white savior. For all the conversations about equity and representation, for all the conversations about equity and representation, I am the first Cambodian American woman to be elected to any position in this country. Trustee Robinson is the first black person to sit on this board. We have a long history in social justice work. A white man who claims to be progressive and tried to diminish our voice by questioning our voting record. He successfully invoked so much emotion about the protection of wildlife, birds, and the values that we as a community have in Skokie. What does it say, though, for a progressive community such as Skokie to fall trapped to this one-sided narrative? As chair of the Sustainable Environmental Advisory Commission, I met with staff to evaluate our current processes, and I believe that we have a good path forward and how we can inject CX's current concerns about the environment while balancing the need for economic development in this community. We are in the preliminary phases of discussion, and this idea has to be further vetted before we present it to the full board and to the public for review. I am doing the work that I need to do to help move this conversation forward. We cannot continue to have one controversial proposal after another. That is evident. SEAC needs to be engaged early on, and we need to have a process built in for them to raise their concerns when new development may negatively impact our environment. I am doing my work as trustee and leading these difficult conversations with staff and the commission's chair. I challenge the people in this room who claim to be progressive, how a relatively unknown person with little experience in this community prior to last year, whose only goal is disruption, challenges his colleagues who have lived in this community, raised our families here, and have been deep in community work for decades, not years. I welcome an independent voice. We should all be critical thinkers. It would be refreshing to have another set of fresh eyes and perspectives to review the issues before us. But he consistently misrepresents the issue by selectively choosing facts that fit his narrative. I may not agree with my colleagues on all issues, but I respect them. I have the courtesy to work with them through difficult conversations and willingness to understand their perspective on the issues. It doesn't have to be contentious. I have stayed silent on this matter until now. My integrity as trustee has been called into question. I am forced to defend my position today. I've worked too hard to earn the trust of this community to have it questioned by someone who can speak freely without being fact-checked and questions my voice and my vote. I believe that your word is everything, my word is everything. I may not speak up much, but I do listen, and that is a trait that is undervalued in society these days. Our work is nonpartisan. I don't comment on positions prior to a vote because as a local elected, I take seriously my duty to weigh in on the issues impacting our community to the very end. I also consider the long-term implications of that policy. Part of good governance is negotiation and compromise. On this side of the table, it is our responsibility to work with the mayor and our fellow trustees to put together good policies. Be part of the solution, not just criticize the problem. This has been a difficult vote for all of us. We should be working together in good faith and collaboration to move our concerns forward rather than play politics and burn bridges. I respect my colleagues' votes as I expect them to respect mine. I'm here to serve the village of Skokie, not to politicize my role on this board. We are at the intersection of many competing interests. I hope that with my experience and record in this community, I am someone who has been proven to operate at a high level of integrity, and this is going to be no different tonight. We have work to do. The village of Skokie is not perfect. We need to update our comprehensive plan, to put forth a new sustainability plan, to reevaluate our existing policies and ordinances, and even to redefine the role of some of our commissions and how they function together. These conversations are ongoing. It is part of a separate process. Recent controversial issues such as the vote on Amazon and tonight's vote on Carvana will have an impact on how we lay the groundwork for future planning here in the village. But until we are ready to present what the proposal is for review, I work within the framework and policies we have established today. Even with the best of intentions, I am all too familiar with what happens when we lose good governance. When governments make up, I'm almost done, sir.
Okay.
When governments make up rules along the way, ignore established vetting processes, and are consistent in the way decisions are made. Let's reimagine what a sustainable village looks like for Skokie. Let's do it together. I am in full support of this and will work to advance that agenda. We have the opportunity to be creative and forward-thinking about our solutions, but we need to be able to do this in a way that's thoughtful, collaborative, intentional, and without having our own colleague behave as if he's on higher moral ground and undermining us every step of the way. There are processes in place for change so policies are transparent, fair, and consistent for everyone. I vote aye.
Trustee Johnson?
Nay.
Trustee Pure Slovin?
I want to thank the village staff for their work on this proposal. I know this has been a difficult process for all of us. I have done my due diligence. I have spoken to residents who've reached out to me. I have read every single email that has come across my desk. I know this is very emotional for all of us, including myself. But I am responsible for the economic development as a trustee of this village as well. And I am voting yes on this, especially as it has been amended this evening, so it's aye.
Thank you. Trustee Klein?
There are three groups here tonight. One group is here to protect wildlife. Another group is here to protect their home. And the third is here to make an economic impact. These are very important issues from everybody's stance, and one is no more important than the other. I met with the people of Optima. I met with Mr. Bronfeld, so not the people, but him, as their representative. He brings up some great points. He really does. And as a fellow homeowner, I can sympathize with him and understand where he's coming from. I thank Carvana, which I did not meet with. I had no meeting because I took from meeting with Mr. Luke about their position. I thank Carvana for their concessions. I think as far as the birds go, they have made concessions that nobody else has ever made in a building in the North Shore yet. So I think that speaks very highly for them. Yes, I am a trustee. I represent you. I work for you. That is it. You don't pay me a lot, but I do the job. I do not cast a vote when I have not gotten the information. When you cast the vote 3 weeks before the information comes, you make a fool out of yourself. I ascertained the information, I looked at it, I weighed it, and I have to vote aye.
Mayor Van Dusen.
Aye, the motion passes. Second vote is on Plan Commission Case 2021, Site Plan Approval at 9801 Woods Drive, with the new address 9757 Woods Drive. Call the roll, please.
Trustee Sutker.
Aye.
Trustee Robinson.
Aye.
Trustee Kuhn.
Aye.
Trustee Johnson.
Nay.
Trustee Pure Slovin.
Aye.
Trustee Klein.
Aye.
Mayor Van Dusen.
Aye, the motion passes.
That does conclude my report. Thank you, Mayor, members of the board.
Thank you.
Thank you, Paul.
We will take a short break,
We got more?
and then we have one item left. CDBG block grant public hearing.
Is Carrie here?
Carrie is here, as far as I know.
Oh, that poor woman.
Good to see you. I had to look 3 times. have a 9-1. Which trustee? Not happy about that.
Yeah.
We have a meeting to finish. Thank you.
We're just going to work through that. Probably call our meeting. I'm just socializing. I I know why I can also tell you, prospect with no town. I'm sure if you know the building, there's no town. Well, I don't know if they just, but they're able to survive.
Yeah. We've got one item to finish. Yes.
It's nice to see you. There's no doubt about it.
Okay.
Sorry.
Is this that?
Yeah, it's following. It's right before Citizen Connect.
Where's Promote?
Unfinished, I got public comment. Yes, sir. Okay. Down where? Oh, public comment?
Okay. We have a final item on the agenda this evening. The Community Development Block Grant, public hearing number 3. Carrie?
All righty, thank you. Tonight is the third and final public hearing for determining funding awards for the Community Development Block Grant, or CDBG program, for program year 2022, also known as fiscal year 2023. The proposed funding amounts and project summaries were forwarded to the board for this hearing, along with a chart listing the funding requests and the recommended funding amounts. Also forwarded was the annual matrix showing the historical funding allocations to all agencies and organizations that have ever received CDBG funding from the village, including the recommended funding for the coming year. Staff from the Health and Human Services Department reviewed the public service proposals and helped shape the staff recommendations regarding such activities. And community development staff communicated with petitioners regarding rehab or capital improvement projects. Funding recommendations take into account existing conditions, immediacy of the problem, necessity of the public services, coordination with the work of the village's Health and Human Services Department, priorities of the village's 5-year consolidated plan, and conformance with the CDBG program village and village regulations. So tonight is presenting the budget recommendations in preparation for the 1-year action plan, which will be on Monday, March 7th. And the vision statement is for Skokie's CDBG program will provide a better quality of life for low and moderate income residents through bricks and mortar projects and service activities. We have a total of 5 goals. 3 of them are under the capital improvements or that bricks and mortar approach. One goal for services and 1 for planning and administration. The estimated entitlement is $600,000. We don't know yet, and even our HUD rep isn't sure when the funding amounts will be announced. We're reallocating $105,000 of past funds, and then we also have received roughly $7,200 in program funds to date for this year, which we can use to calculate our public services cap, for a grand total of a little over $712,000. We're maximizing the 20% planning and administration cap and the 15% public services cap, which leaves us with 65% of the budget for public facilities and construction. So $120,000 for planning and administration, over $91,000 for public services, and then over $500,000 for public facilities and construction. Just as a background, every dollar that we receive from HUD has a date stamp on it, so we have to use those funds within 3 years, or we have to return those funds back to HUD. So we make sure we spend that funding, so we're able to invest in our vulnerable residents and not have to give it back. So for our program administration, looking for the day-to-day activities, our 5-year consolidated plan, our 1-year action plans. We have a total of 5 for each consolidated plan. Our year-end report, pre-construction meetings for the construction and rehab projects, quarterly and semi-annual reports, and then also administration support. And we are continuing to budget a little bit for the Regional Assessment of Fair Housing. At this point, it's been kind of on hold because of COVID, so we're just budgeting just in case, so we have it available if we need it. Public services, we are recommending reductions from the requests that have been received. About 5 or 6 years ago, we established a tier system. Tier 1 organizations, the village depends on an organization on a daily basis. Our Tier 2 organizations, the village depends on their critical service as needed. Tier 3 services are important but not necessarily considered critical. And Tier 4 organizations, we really feel that their requests are for other resources are available, or we're just prioritizing our CDBG funds elsewhere. And what I'll go over tonight, they all fall in the first 3 tiers. So the ones we depend on a daily basis is, one is our Village of Skokie social worker, just working with the public on counseling, referral, and case management. And it's a portion of the social worker budget, so the balance of the salary comes from the general fund. Jewish Child and Family Services, $4,000 for a financial case manager. This program was really born out of the Great Recession and providing services to help individuals and households regain and maintain financial stability. Asian Human Services, $7,000 for their dental program. Metropolitan Family Services, $6,000 for mental health counseling services such as grief, trauma, and family, couple, or parent-child relationships, etc. Peer Services, $6,000 for part-time treatment, engagement, and retention specialists for substance abuse. And recent focus has been on the vaping crisis and cannabis legalization, or the outcome of that. North Shore Senior Center, $8,000 for long-term case management and counseling services for homebound elderly and their families, and allows them to age in place. So Tier 2 organizations, depending on this critical service as needed, it's more of like people who are in crisis, so we really hope we don't need the service, but if we do, then it's available. So the Children's Advocacy Center, $4,000 for an advocate and counselor to support child victims of abuse and their non-offending family members. The Harbor, $4,000 for emergency shelter and transitional housing. And Wings, their new relatively new this year. We have funded them in the past, but we've done more construction projects, at least during my tenure here. But this is more for public services to offset the costs associated with providing shelter and therapeutic counseling, including family and child advocates. And the Tier 3 services are important, but not necessarily considered critical, but they are good services to have. So Center for Enriched Living, $3,000 to help the employment services, to help with the 85% unemployment rate of those with developmental disabilities. And Impact Behavioral Health Partners, $3,000 also for employment services, serving Skokie residents with mental illness. And Tier 4, we don't have any. We are recommending funding for everyone who has applied. Capital improvements and rehabilitation, again, over $500,000. This is the 12th year of 25% minimum grantee match. An example for this year, or the current year we're in, there was an additional need for one of the construction rehab projects, and that organization will probably match the project cost of at least 50%, but they do want to move forward with the project. So our home improvement program, we're recommending over $84,000 for most of them are single-family home repair, but owner-occupied. We've had this program since 1983 with a maximum lifetime grant amount of $12,000. And then we also have a 15-year payback, prorated payback period. There's an income eligibility test, and if people in the past had maxed out, we used to have, the cap used to be $8,000. And so if they want to participate, we have to income qualify them for that remaining $4,000. Housing Opportunity Development Corporation, $22,500 for security systems for 2 of their Skokie properties. They did request enough funding for all 4, but just looking at the budget constraints, we felt that hopefully we could do 2 this year and 2 next year. Neighborhood Enhancement Program, recommending $85,000 to further affordable housing at more of a neighborhood level, either a cluster of homes or a group of townhomes or a multifamily community with primarily upgrades or repairs, maintenance, that sort of thing for mostly exterior. We fall under environmental, making things more energy efficient and safe, with a side benefit of making it look better too. Street resurfacing, $195,000 to resurface Laverne and Bronx Avenues between Greenwood and Grosse Pointe Road. There we go. We did these streets for this current program year, so we're staying in the same general neighborhood. 50/50 sidewalk replacement, the focus area. This is the village pays for the homeowner's share of the village's sidewalk replacement program. The village pays half, the homeowner's expected to pay half. So if they are income eligible, we pay the homeowners half. And the focus area is south of Howard, and the balance is the village boundaries. Turning Point, recommending $20,000 for a rooftop HVAC replacement, replacing the next most problematic unit. They're nearing the end of all the rooftop units, so there may be one more year, I think. But then hopefully there'll be all zones within the building will have the right indoor air temperature. Shore, recommending $22,500 for HVAC replacement, variable air volume boxes. They're more in the ceiling, between the hung ceiling and the structure. They're also nearing the end of that project as well. There'll still be at least 4 left to replace, but helping with, again, the indoor air temperature balance. CJE Senior Life, the Robino residents, $21,500 to improve safety and security for the residents. One is to install an intercom system so they can communicate during emergency. And then also installing a magnetic hold-open door system for the main suite doors, so they can close in case of emergency, but also can be left open most of the time, and hopefully there's no emergency, but it's there for safety. Search, $22,500 for one of their group homes, ADA bathroom accessibility improvements. And also Orchard Village, $25,000 to also make ADA bathroom accessibility improvements. They initially requested full redo of their two bathrooms. One is very well ADA accessible, maybe just a few fixtures need to be replaced or that sort of thing. So we're kind of tried to budget one full bathroom plus select improvements of the second bathroom. And distribution adjustments, so we're able to plan now, even though we don't know the budget amount, as long as we build in a flexibility into our draft and final action plan. So we factor in a 20% flexibility. So if we receive less than $480,000 from HUD, then we will enter into a substantial amendment process. If we receive more than $720,000, we'll just hold those funds over and reprogram that for the next program year. If it's less than $600,000, we'll do across-the-board adjustments as best we can. We won't reduce anyone's budget less than 80% of the budget amounts as recommended. And no budget amount will be less than $3,000. So we have a few public services that are right at $3,000, so we'll hold them at that and try and do proportionate for everybody else. We might be able to find some unallocated funds or dip into other funds, CDBG funds, to help make the construction and rehab projects whole, but that depends on how much less than $600,000. We try and hold a little bit for emergency purposes, so we'll see how that goes. Hopefully it'll be more than $600,000. We won't have to worry about it. If we do have funding greater than $600,000 from HUD, we will maximize that 15% cap for the social worker position. And then the home improvement program, add to that up to the $90,000 ask for that line item, and then any balance we'd put forward towards the neighborhood enhancement program. The application submittal deadline is typically March 17th, but since we don't know the budget at this point, it'll be some time after that. But the absolute latest deadline is August 17th of this year. Are there any questions? Yes. Oh.
A motion to accept and approve the recommendation as presented this evening. A motion is Trustee Johnson, seconded by Trustee Klein. Trustee Klein has a question at 12:15.
Yes. I just noticed one thing.
Yep.
Erie was not on the list.
Yes, they did not request funding this year.
Are they still servicing our residents, though?
Yes, they are.
Yeah.
They have requested funding in the past. We have not recommended putting CDBG funding towards them after working with Health and Human Services staff. They do have other funding sources, so the Health and Human Services staff really felt that the CDBG funds could be applied to the organizations that typically apply for CDBG funds through the village.
Okay, the mayor wants me to keep talking, but I'll just say.
Okay.
Thank you. Comments or questions? If not, call the roll, please.
Trustee Sutker,
I need to abstain.
Trustee Robinson,
Aye.
Trustee Kuhn,
Aye.
Trustee Johnson,
Aye.
Trustee Pure Slovin,
Aye.
Trustee Klein,
Aye.
Mayor Van Dusen.
Aye, the motion passes. I just wanted to note, I discovered yesterday that one of the great hearts of the village passed away. Some of you, I think, may have known Rabbi Douglas Goldhammer For 50 years, he's advocated on behalf of the hearing impaired, was one of the founders of Congregation B'nai Shalom, not very far from where we are this evening. He's a professor of Jewish studies and mysticism. And I would just conclude by saying, may his memory be a blessing, truly great human being, and we will miss him. Does anybody have any comments that they want to address to the village board? If not, Trustee Sutker.
I move we adjourn at 12:15.
We are adjourned.